shortly. Sure. All right, we're ready. I'm going to call the Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Council meeting to order. It is December 9th at 8:32. Tom, will you call the roll, please?
Hartwell.
I'm here.
Hartwell present. Shara.
He's here too.
Shara present. Baird.
Present. Present.
Baird.
Present.
She said present according to the closed captioning.
Baird present. Representative Burkle.
Present.
Mike's not working.
Same.
We
Burkle
can't-
present. Eggerling.
I'm present.
Here.
Eggerling present. Senator Her. Kaharski.
Here.
Kaharski present. Senator Lang. Palmer.
Present.
Palmer present. Saxog.
Saxog here.
So we're
Showing
having
up
a
on,
problem.
showing up on screen.
I see.
So those of you online, you're talking and we're not hearing it. It's not you, it's us, and we're going to work on that.
Okay.
What do you got in mind, the tin can, the string, or?
Just pretend we're watching the show at the bar and having to read the captions.
This is all being recorded.
Score competency.
Yeah.
Huh?
Have experience
Might
doing that?
might have happened to have a,
You've seen it on TV.
I've seen people do it.
So Tom is working on the audio problem.
Forward to the presentation on the hybrid cattail removal.
Mm-hmm. Thought that might trip your trigger.
Maybe a little.
Call you Daryl Cattail Palmer.
You like cattails?
Oh, yeah. I like to dig them up and eat them, and
Yeah, I'm told you can dry them and they make a good flour.
yeah, nice.
I wonder if it's all kinds or it's the root, I think, that you can,
Yeah, the tuber.
I think they burn really well though, in the fall, yeah, winter time. My dad at our old hunting shack used to drive me nuts because we'd be up from Kansas City at that point in time. And, we'd have mowed and everything. My dad would show up on Saturday. And by the time we were getting ready to leave on Sunday, my dad would always go light the creek bank on fire to burn it down. It was one of those things in those days, So we're like, Dad, no. No, not the digging, I believe. He always said the bad thing first. He was trying to kill it out. Get it out of the cattails and the swamp grass.
I can bring you a set of matches that say Handyman Habitat Management.
I need to learn the difference between hybrid
That
and
bring us in cookies.
understand how
I
to,
know you could have.
how to tell the difference, because I don't know the difference. I have a feeling based on what you see out there,
I
but
took a few home and pretty good.
I have to admit, I'm by no means an expert, but I just know that growing up as a kid, what I saw for cattails versus what I see.
Amy was fun to talk
it's very
to.
different.
She was talking to another,
Which I think everyone's.
friend of hers who was
Yeah.
a big fan of my book.
Let me see some of these.
It's astounded that I was standing on That was
Yeah,
fun.
well, the wildlife management.
Huh?
next to my property.
We should get this.
It's probably a quarter to a half a
Yeah,
mile.
Denise
tree
went over
line.
there and said, hello.
Continue
Yeah,
to grow
which
and
is
die
good.
off and create more
Love
land.
to have you
mass
out.
effectively.
But not now.
Now
We'll
we don't
wait
have
till
any
after
floating
we go
laws
over
left,
and everything.
because it's cattails have got a hold of everything.
Yeah.
So.
Are you having fun, Tom?
How are you?
We're gonna do a Christmas carols pretty soon.
It's always fun to fix technical problems.
Exactly.
Technically,
No pressure.
We'll start suggesting things pretty soon.
Yeah,
Tom.
that's
That'd be really helpful, right?
I heard you tried this.
My only
Here, do you want
technical
yours? Yeah.
solution is to reboot.
The guy
That's
shoveling
about
it,
90% of the problem.
said, Hey, shovel a little faster. And he says, there's a whip up there. You can go get it.
Did you tell them to start from the top and work down? There's two guys working from the bottom up.
Oh, I didn't. I should have.
It was like, really? Kristen and I were like, really? You're shoveling the bottom first?
That's
You
really-
shovel them up.
Pardon?
Well, then they shovel
Duncan
the step and it
meeting.
all falls under the one they just shoveled.
Okay.
so you got me.
I didn't see a response back yet today from David Spizo, but I'm hoping that'll.
He came back and said, sure, name a time.
Yeah, reminded me of my.
I'll look
tax
today
bill.
on break time. And Dean said he could attend. So
I walked outside since I was running late.
No,
it sounded like he might have not been available that day, but he was gonna
I
relax.
surprisingly not that hard to shovel.
You met Dean?
Yeah, but could anyone live a crowd, I'm sure. I could have only met him once.
Bird hunter. But I had quite a bit long discussion about dogs because he had a Brittany and it passed away. And, but his son is deployed and he has a husky, so they got the husky they're taking care of. I said, huskies and Brittany's puppy would get along just fine. Brittany's, oh, you're killing me, he said, because I said, it's Christmas time. Your wife would love a Brittany pup. Smart people, and they know a guy that's a really good guy, got good dogs, and he's got some Brittany pups coming on this spring. And so, I'm gonna go see him and his dogs, and maybe I'll get a puppy this spring. You have to have at least two. Can't just have one dog, so. And I have three, so. And Matt, how many do you have? Three?
3 dogs. You have two short hairs and a lab.
You can't just do it. You're.
Well, I have 2 on the bench right now and
Test, test, test. Test, test, test.
a steroid to try and slow the damage.
Test, test, test,
to the
test.
hunter, because that'll stress her out.
So we
and
could
it'll
talk, but
exacerbate
they
it.
couldn't,
Well,
when they talked, we couldn't.
so
hear
my
them.
7-year-old short hair should be like,
So for those of you online, if you can hear me, we still can't hear you and we're working on it. So we apologize.
Test, 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 test.
I don't, but I'm better. I got.
John, can you try to talk to me just so I can check and see?
I can. Can you hear me yet?
Yeah, we still can't hear.
Okay. I hear you guys.
We have the experts working on it, but
Appreciate
All
it.
right.
It's not bad. I have 3.
Can you hear me, David?
I could, but the net number of.
I hear you, Tom.
You hear me, but
Yeah.
nobody there does.
So
All
it's
right.
gotta be,
you.
okay.
Life is grand. Thank you so much for coming and fixing us up.
Thank you.
So I'm going to start this over. This is the meeting of the Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Council on December 9th, 2025. We're starting a few minutes late, 8:43. And Tom, maybe you'll start the roll again. I apologize to everyone. We had the technical problem, but it happens.
Hartwell.
I'm here.
Hartwell present. Shara.
He's here too.
Shara present. Baird.
Present.
Baird present. Representative Burkle.
Burkle present.
Burkle present. Eggerling.
Here.
Eggerling present. Senator Hurt. Kaharski.
Still present.
Kaharski present. Senator Lang. Palmer.
Present.
Palmer present. Saxhog.
Saxog here.
Saxhog present. Suss.
Here.
Suss present. Representative Vang.
Present.
Representative Vang present. Senator Lang.
I see Senator Lang. I saw him trying to talk. But we didn't hear him. Can you talk, Senator Lang? So we're not hearing you, but we know you're there, and I saw you for a second. Oh, he hung up. He's going to try again. So we'll get going. We have the agenda in front of you. The only thing I would recommend changing is the draft letter 8C. I want to talk about in the chair's comments versus under discussion action of agenda item 8. If we could make that change, I'd love to see a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Any discussion?
Oh, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. You were sent the minutes. I assume you've read them. We have a motion to approve the minutes of our last meeting. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Any items of conflict of interest to report on today's agenda? All right. My comments. I have a few comments. The first is Mark's last day is on the 9th of January. We're going to have a party for him on the 7th to thank him. It's not a surprise.
Oh, it was.
And SEC has set that up for 4 o'clock on the 7th. It might make sense for us to reschedule our meeting from like 11 to 3. So those that wanted to participate in it didn't have to come to the Capitol twice in that day. But those of you out of town who might travel might feel differently, but I throw it out as an option for consideration. Does anyone have a strong opinion one way or the other?
That's a great idea.
Yeah,
Do that.
I'm flying out the next day, so for me, it works out fine, and I'll
Okay.
just,
Anyone online have a problem with us changing the time? So let's do that.
Tell me what the time was again you want to change to?
11-3.
11 to 3. Okay, thank you.
All right, great. That's my first comment. The second comment is our new executive director will start next Wednesday. She's excited. I'm so delighted that Mark and she will have a time to interact, so that she's not starting, like 180 degrees right away. But I'm sure we'll all have a chance to talk to her and welcome her shortly after she starts. But her official start date is next Wednesday. And I know she's online because she told me she was online, and then she sent me an email saying, everything that everyone is saying while you wait for the audio to get connected so that people can talk is heard by everyone. So all those little stories you told, everyone knows.
Well, those are true stories.
I'm sure they were. They weren't fishing.
Part of the
stories.
minutes then too?
I'm sure at this point, everyone knows that MMB came out with a new forecast, which gave us a huge new pot of money. In the packet, I'm sure you saw a recommendation from Ron and I to follow our earlier guidance on how to spend that, with a couple of adjustments that came to mind, like not overpaying people more than they asked and those kinds of things. We'll have time to talk about that. And MMB is going to explain what the new forecast is. The two big changes, maybe three changes. The first was a slight decline in the amount of sales tax anticipated, but a way under budget for the amount of interest accumulated, and a lot of turnbacks that had not been accounted for that gave us the extra pot of money. So we'll have an opportunity to talk about that. The last thing is just the letter that the council asked staff and I to work on regarding permitting. I've had a few conversations with DNR about that. I've had conversations with Mark. I've had conversations with Ron. I would like another month to come up with an appropriate way to express our concern. DNR would like the opportunity to talk about that with the council in January. They'd like to engage in a continuous improvement process. I'd like some time to work with them on what that might look like. They would like it to get resolved, not resolved, but to begin a process to really look at it. And so with your permission, we're not going to approve a letter today, but instead we'll carve out some time in January to talk about that issue. And it will give Ron and I and staff more time to actually work through some possible scenarios to address the issue.
Mr. Chair, let me add to that. Our actions here at the last meeting and concern about the permitting process and the delays it has caused over the years, as we've heard from folks who have received our grants, that got everybody's attention. So suddenly now DNR is very interested in, and the commissioner gave me her promise. She's going to pursue whatever they can do to expedite the process without jeopardizing the reason for the permitting. So that's good for us.
Yeah. The other thing I will just say, and thanks to staff for doing a draft letter. One of the examples that they came up with was an issue that someone had relating to SHPO review. And it turns out that SHPO review is something that is done by Department of Administration, not even the DNR. So we're really facing a situation where permitting is not just a DNR issue, it's more than that. And I can speak from experience. SHPO reviews are as frustrating as permitting has been. I've had one myself that took close to a year. And so DNR can't issue the permit till SHPO review is done. It's a multifaceted problem. So we will come back to you in January with a more complete thing and some presentations from DNR on how they want to address that. And at that time, we'll decide on our course of action.
You need a motion to extend that deadline?
I don't think I need a motion. I just need an understanding that everybody has that we're gonna go to January instead of today. Unless someone has an opinion that we ought to move forward. And I'm seeing nobody, so thank you for offering the motion, but I don't think it's necessary. Those are really my comments for the day, unless there are any questions for me. All right, Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members. Nice to see you all. Let's see, a couple of, very quickly, I have three real basic things for you. For the new project analyst position that we're looking at filling, we're on target. That's being advertised right now. It's posted and being advertised, and the timeline shows that we should be able to be hiring a person for getting on staff in March. So that's proceeding as we had planned. At the November meeting, there was, we had the discussion about permitting. And from that, I received a letter. Actually, I received a call first from Jan Voigt, the executive director of the Minnesota Watershed Association. And then in your packets is a letter from her that she then followed up our conversation with, because they were running into some very similar frustrations. And they've been having conversations with DNR, and they're still frustrated. So I wanted to thank her on the record for sending that to us. I think it's very confirmative of what we're hearing from project managers. And then, of course, this will be part of the information we go forward with to forward to DNR with as well. But I wanted you all to see that. And she asked if she could supply it. And I said, definitely. The last thing that I have for you is that, I should mention in that same regard, the chair mentioned that the commissioner contacted him, and there's a letter in your packet underneath that agenda item, number 8, I think it is, that is a letter from the commissioner with regards to their position. And then the last thing I have for you is that Pheasants Forever contacted us. They have acquired, they've acquired a lot of parcels, but recently they acquired 2 different parcels, one in Scott County and one in Pipestone County. And each of those parcels has an existing power line going along the edge or a portion of the edge of the property. And there's no easement there. So it's been a prescriptive easement for them to service those power lines. Before they hand that land over to the DNR as WMAs, DNR has asked them to put an easement, a utility easement on those portions, so that it's all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed. Everything's legal for them for the utility to get in there and fix those lines when they need to. So it's a non-controversial conversion, I guess you'd call it. So we have, I've already sent a letter went out yesterday to legislative leadership. They'll have 15 days to respond, 15 business days to respond if they have a problem with it. Otherwise, per our procedures, if barring any problems from council or from legislative leadership, I'll be approving those on the 30th of December. One of them was a total of 3 acres and the other was a total of 1.5 acres of property, but they'll be in native grasses. So the big thing is that the easement will be placed on those properties at DNR's request.
And for those that might not know, if you use a piece of property for 17 years in the state of Minnesota, you have what's called a prescriptive easement, which is legally you have the right to continue to use it. So if those power lines have been there for 17 years, there's no question that the easement exists. This would just formalize that. So anyone have any concerns about that? Seeing no concerns, wait for the legislature and then go forward.
Will do. And Mr. Chair, that's the extent of my report for today.
All right. Great. We will move on to item 6, a presentation from Garrett on why we have extra money. Which is good news. It's just unfortunate we didn't know about it before. It would have informed our decisions potentially a little differently, but go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Hartwell and council members. For the record, my name is Garrett Schoonover, and I'm an Executive Budget Officer at Minnesota Management and Budget. I'm joined today by Nick Lardenoy, Director of Budget Policy and Analysis at MMB, overseeing the Environment Policy area. We're happy to be here today to walk through the Outdoor Heritage Fund balance as published in the November 2025 forecast. I will first go over the numbers and the factors driving changes from our end of session forecast, and then we'll be glad to answer any questions the council may have. On the handout we provided, titled Outdoor Heritage Fund Availability, the table at the top of the page includes the actual revenues and expenditures for fiscal year 2025, as well as the most recent MMB estimates for fiscal years 26 and 27. According to our forecast, the fund will have $188.9 million available to appropriate in fiscal year 2027, assuming the required 5% end-of-year reserve balance. This is over $27 million higher than end-of-session estimates, and 4 main factors explain this increase: cancellations in previous fiscal years, decreased sales tax revenue projections, increased investment earnings projections, and a lower reserve amount. The tables at the bottom of the handout show these changes from the end of session to the November forecast, but I will also go through them in detail now. First, cancellations. $5.9 million in funds canceled at the close of fiscal year 25. For context, this is below the average cancellation amount in the prior 4 fiscal years of approximately $7.2 million. Furthermore, $15.3 million from prior fiscal years returned to the bottom. Deposit corrections or other adjustments. This is captured in the fiscal year 25 prior period adjustment line in the fund balance. Collectively, these changes, which you can consider turn back, $21 million to the bottom line of the fund balance. Second, sales tax revenue decreases. Actual fiscal year 25, as well as projected fiscal year 26 and 27 sales tax revenue amounts all decreased in the November forecast compared to previous. These changes removed approximately $7.9 million from available resources over these 3 years. While sales tax revenue is still expected to increase for the current biennium relative to end of session estimates. To develop the sales tax revenue forecast, we use macroeconomic information from S&P Global Market Intelligence, or SPGMI. They do our macroeconomic forecasting. Third, investment income increases. Actual fiscal year 25, as well as projected fiscal year 26 and 27 investment revenue all increased in the November forecast. These changes added approximately $24.6 million in available resources and more than offset the decreases in sales tax revenue. Interest rates remain higher than normal, though the forecast assumes they will decline over time. The cash balance of the fund also continues to grow, partly because sales tax revenue continues to increase year over year. These factors mean we both have a higher principal to invest and are getting a greater return on that investment relative to past years. Also, because of these factors, interest earnings came in well above what was forecasted in both 23 and 24. We've adjusted our estimates to better account for this, which has also contributed to the increases since the end of session forecast. I would like to reemphasize that we do not expect this period of high investment earnings to continue indefinitely. We expect interest rates to go down in coming years and investment earnings with them. And finally, because projected sales tax revenue has decreased in fiscal year 26, the 5% reserve amount required under Minnesota statutes, Chapter 97A, Section 056, decreased by approximately $191,000, making these funds available to appropriate with a nice little pad on top. In summary, while sales tax revenue is expected to slow while still increasing year over year, that is far outweighed by increased anticipated interest earnings and cancellations of prior appropriations. These numbers will likely change, positively or negatively, in the February forecast based on macroeconomic shifts. We will also have additional months of actual earnings data for fiscal year 26, which will allow us to refine our estimates. Thank you for your time. And with that, we're available to answer your questions.
Is there any questions? Daryl?
So for a newbie, the carry forwards that have been canceled, those are projects. Those are projects that we funded that didn't utilize all their funds. Is that just so I'm correct on my language?
Yes, Chair Harwell and Member Palmer. Yes, those canceled encumbrances are from prior projects where the funds had been slated for something or obligated for something, and that for whatever reason is no longer the case, and those funds were returned to the fund.
I assume, but I thought I would ask. Thank you.
Yep.
Sorry. Other questions? Great. Thank you for bringing us more money. The
Happy to-
environment thanks you. So next, we're going to go through the 3 accomplishment plans that we didn't actually have hearings on, which are the grants management contract, the core functions, which is the offset program embedded in many of the proposals, and restoration evaluations. And first is grants management. And just for those of you that are new, Daryl,
Thank you.
DNR has a contract with Lessard-Sams to administer the grant programs. So they collect all the receipts, they issue the payments. We don't actually do that administrative work. We have a contract with DNR to do that. And that's grants management.
And I seem to recall that there's, for those Pheasants Forever, whoever, if they have a project, the follow-up administration is kind of pulled out of those grants and put into the DNR core functions as well.
That's
as
core functions.
Okay.
Versus grants management.
Okay, thank you.
Don't make your life more difficult. So go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Hartwell, Commission members. For the record, my name is Catherine Sherman-Hohen. I am the agency-wide grants manager for the Department of Natural Resources. I apologize briefly for my voice today. I am hoping it's going to hold out through this whole presentation.
We hope so too, for your sake.
I'm here to talk today about the work the DNR does administering for the contract management appropriation. I'm going to walk quickly through the work and the unit with a framework of state and other grant-making requirements so that you can see how we meet them. That is, if I can get the buttons to work here. There we go. As we start, I want to acknowledge that many of these slides were developed by the Office of Grants Management, and the other slides are adapted from the annual webinar we give grantees. The DNR as a whole has about 2,200 active grants a year over 50 programs, of which it's actually about 300 right now are outdoor heritage, both new and continuing. My unit administers the Outdoor Heritage Fund grants and also the Environment and Natural Resources Trust Fund grants named by the legislature. And there are 5 of us, myself, 2 coordinators, and 2 grant specialists, each assigned specific grantees. And currently I'm hiring a full-time pass-through grant supervisor who'll take over direct supervision of the program as I shift to concentrating on agency-wide grants guidance. Our role is primarily fiscal administration and compliance. We pay grantees and we monitor them to ensure that they're complying with all grant requirements. As you know, the LSOHC handles performance in your accomplishment plans and your reporting. So we frequently work together with staff on questions across both performance and fiscal needs. The work my unit does is also guided by the Office of Grant Management at the Department of Administration. These are their statutes, which give the OGM authority to make policies for all state agencies. The OGM was created in 2008 as a way to provide consistency across grant-making activities. They've created 13 requirements across 13 policies that put minimum requirements across the entire grant lifecycle. And many of these have been updated in the last few years in response to legislative direction, Office of the Legislative Auditor reports, and governor's executive orders to tighten grant making. While the OGM sets the minimum requirements, the DNR does have the ability to add additional control or as needed depending on the kind of work being done on a grant, but we do not do so lightly. We and all agencies want to make sure that any additional requirements add value and address the risks unique to each project and grantee, while being realistic about the capacity of our grantees and ourselves, given our resources. I'll take you quickly through some of the policies most relevant to our work with OHF grants at each stage of the grant lifecycle. There are 7 that govern the work that we do before awarding grants. Of those, LSOHC handles the RFP process and makes recommendation, so only a few are relevant to the DNR. The first is conflict of interest. Both DNR staff and grantees are required to identify actual and potential conflicts of interest, report them, and mitigate the risks and resolve the conflicts as best we can. All DNR grants staff unit complete conflict of interest forms, as well as grantees. And over the life of the grants, both grantees and grant specialists update them as needed. We work with grantees when necessary and bring in the LSOHC if needed when we are mitigating these conflicts. The pre-award financial review and grant agreement policies are also relevant to OHF grants. Pre-award risk assessments are required by most grantees of statute, by statute as of the 2023 season. Prior to that, they were required for non-governmental organizations only and other grantees at agency discretion. These risk assessments have to be done before we execute a grant agreement, and they ask us to consider any risks in making the award and whether the grantee can be successful or needs further support. We consider past performance history, grantee capacity, controls, and financial information. We're required to review financial information for nonprofits and for-profits, and we will review them if we can't determine capacity for political subdivisions. At a minimum, we have to review financial statements, tax documents, and audits, depending on the nature of and size of the organization. The next policy is grant agreements. Our grant agreements incorporate the LSOHC's accomplishment plans and budgets. They spell out the terms and conditions for payment, monitoring, liability, and other requirements. In addition to those requirements, the DNR includes several procedural documents. The reimbursement manual lays out procedures for payment, monitoring, demonstration of allowable costs, and other topics in greater detail. Attachment E, as we usually call it, lays out requirements for land acquisition. These are generally in line with DNR supplemental guidelines that we use to purchase land ourselves, and also with USPAP uniform appraisal guidelines. One key difference between Outdoor Heritage Fund grants and most other grants is your start dates. Because of your appropriation language, grantees can start working before we execute grant agreements. However, they can't be paid until we have a fully signed agreement. Once the grant agreement is executed, we move into the active grant phase with several more policies. OGM policy requires the state to make payments on a reimbursement basis for the most part. Any exceptions require LSOHC approval first, usually in the accomplishment plan. For payment requests, grantees send us detailed information on the activities they want to be reimbursed for. We also review to make sure all requests are in line with their approved budget. By OGM policy, we can't pay a request if the grant. In checking in with my team this morning in their daily startup coordination of reimbursement requests, I've learned that there are at least 70 requests in the queue right now, varying from about 7 pages of documentation to 333. So this is the majority of what my team does on a daily basis. OGM policies require consistent monitoring. For most OHF grants, we are required to monitor annually. As part of that monitoring, we're also required to do financial reconciliation of expenditures at least once in a grant's life. We actually collect most of this information as part of each payment request, hence the 333 pages. So at monitoring, we only have to ask for a little additional information in order to complete the reconciliation. Grant monitoring visits can be site visits, or they can be conducted virtually. We often use Teams because it allows us to share financial information over the screen, pull up other pertinent information as needed, and gather together project teams that might reside in different parts of the state. Whether on-site or virtual, our goal is the same: to make sure that we are on the same page about progress, that we know grantees are compliant with all requirements, and also get a chance to learn more about the project itself and give the grantees a chance to get their questions answered or to let us know if there are things that we can improve on our end. As I mentioned at the start, Outdoor Heritage Fund grants are considered legislatively named grants because each of the grantees is named in your appropriation bill. That means the Office of Grants Management requires all agencies to manage legislatively named grants with the same level of oversight that apply to any state grant. And that's what you've seen us doing throughout this presentation. At the end of a grant, the office requires us to complete a grant closeout evaluation on all grants, which are used as part of the pre-award process we talked about earlier to determine past performance. For Outdoor Heritage Fund grants, this closeout is required to be shared with the Department of Administration's website. This is a new statutory requirement as of the 2023 session and applies to grants resulting from RFPs that began after April 1st of 2024. So the DNR has a process in place for its own grants and will be working with LSOHC staff to determine how this works. Most of the grants the LSOHC has open right now are not yet subject to this requirement. Finally, the DNR tracks key data after a grant is closed and maintains it for 6 years as required by statute. Our unit maintains a website with our documents and other information for grantees and for anyone else interested in understanding our requirements. This concludes my presentation, and thank you for the opportunity to tell you more about our work. I will stand for any questions.
Daryl? You confused me a little bit on the grant start dates. It says Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Council grantees cannot incur expenses until July 1 of the appropriation year or the date the work accomplished plan is approved, whichever is later. But I thought you said that the work could start before July 1, they just couldn't get.
Chair Hartwell, council member, good question. The work can start on July 1st, or if an accomplishment plan is approved later. So if you don't approve an accomplishment plan until July 23rd, the work would start then. Where you have flexibility most grants don't have is usually a grant can't start until the grant agreement is executed, which is a third and different document. But because of your language, grantees can start work after their accomplishment plan is approved and July 1st is passed, and wait for the grant agreement to be fully executed before they request payment.
Okay, so it's not before July 1. I thought you had said that they could start before.
Never before July 1.
But if the grant agreement isn't approved till September, they can do work from July 1st on. They just don't get reimbursed.
Yep.
Got it. Thank you.
Other questions? Ron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This may be beyond your bailiwick, I'm not sure. But there's a growing controversy all across Minnesota about invasive aquatic vegetation controls with chemicals. And I know there's the real biggest one right now is on Lake Minnetonka, and DNR issues grants for the acquisition of chemicals, the application, the companies do it, it's however they use the grant money. Where does that money come from?
Chair Hartwell, I'm sorry, is it co-chair Shara still?
I'm sorry?
Co-chair Shara still?
You can
Or just Ron.
just say Ron.
Thank you. Sorry. Chair Hartwell, Vice Chair Sharrett, that is beyond my purview. That is something, however, that I could take back to the DNR and we could find some answers for you.
Well, I'm just curious if it's coming from boat registration money or just where does it come from? Because DNR always needs money and it's quite a controversy. Thank you.
Yeah, I will take that question back.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Any other comments or questions? Great, thank you. Appreciate you coming today. Next is core functions, DNR core functions. Jennifer and Rick. And just to remind everyone, this is the one where Trust for Public Land has a project. DNR has certain things they need to do as part of that project. We used to have DNR get paid out of that project money. Instead, now we've transferred it to an account for DNR so that so Trust for Public Land would not be on the hook for that work, and they can complete their work and DNR does their work on it. And we'll hear more about it. So go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair and Council members, for the opportunity to talk about the DNR core functions appropriation. My name is Jennifer Olson. I'm the Initial Development Plan Coordinator for the Division of Fish and Wildlife. I'm here with Rick Walsh, the Land Acquisition Consultant, also for the Division of Fish and Wildlife. We're going to cover a general overview of the DNR core functions appropriation. I'll cover the initial development plan costs. I'll also give some brief background to the program, and Rick will cover the land acquisition costs section. So a little bit of background. The DNR works with at least 10 partner organizations to strategically acquire fee title land from willing sellers. Some of the parcels being acquired by partners will become part of a wildlife management area, an aquatic management area, a scientific and natural area, or state forest land. With every partner-led fee title acquisition, there are a set of core activities which make sure the state's interests are protected against future liabilities, and cultural resources are protected, and public access meets minimum standards. Partners who plan to convey fee title acquisitions to the DNR budget for DNR land acquisition costs and DNR initial development plan costs in their proposals. Prior to Minnesota laws of 23, the release of DNR land acquisition costs happened through a use of funds letter writing process. And a use of funds letter transfers funds from the partner grant back to the DNR to complete those activities. Minnesota laws of 23 was the first year the DNR core functions proposal was submitted and approved. Prior to laws of 23, partner appropriations could stay open for 8 to 9 years, 4 years for the acquisition phase, and 4 to 5 years for IDP completion. Since establishment of core functions, partners will be able to close their appropriations after the 4-year acquisition phase. Prior to laws of 23, DNR was tracking between 50 to 60 partner appropriations, each resulting in a unique budget that DNR had to manage with an ever-increasing number of partners. Since the establishment of the DNR core functions in partner-led acquisitions, there are typically only 2 budgets set up each year. This increases efficiency when it comes to paying bills for services and activities provided by the DNR. And I will say that there is a 2-page illustrative document that will cover the two components that will go into more detail.
Yep, and I'll talk a bit about the first component, the land acquisition costs component of core functions. But before I do that, I just wanted to point out that prior to Catherine's presentation, Member Palmer asked a question and Chair Hartwell kind of made a joke about, let's not make Catherine's. But those letters that Jennifer talked about, that's exactly what used to happen. There was, every partner had to write a letter, it went to the grants unit would approve it. That would go to our fiscal unit. They would move money into these 50 or 60 different budgets. And like Jennifer and I and others would manage those budgets. And there was a lot of lever pulling, a lot of opportunity for inadvertent mistakes. And the core functions reduces that significantly. And it's much more to compile those numbers and sweep it into the core functions budget. But staff is great. They get it right. So just a little additional plug. But the land acquisition component of core functions is to pay DNR's costs when it comes to real estate transactions. Any conveyance of land and fee title or easement to the state, there's due diligence that has to be conducted to comply with state law. And the things that are, the list is on your handout, but it's things like appraisal review, survey review, and resolution of trespasses that might be revealed by that survey, title review, and resolution of any flaws that are found in the title. The title standards for the state of Minnesota are higher than your typical, real estate buyer. We have to review any existing easements, agreements, and the property again, make sure they're not only compliant with state law, but they don't present a management difficulty for DNR or something at odds with LSOHC requirements. Drafting documents, paying property taxes. There's times when we have to coming in and paying recording fees and deed taxes. An attorney. So there's a significant cost that comes to DNR for accepting these lands. In addition to the above costs associated, OHF rules require that anytime a grantee partner is acquiring land that will not be conveyed to DNR, but the land is worth over $1 million, then DNR has to commission or do the review. And there's a cost associated with that, also is incorporated into the core functions budget to cover those obligations. And the amount that each partner contributes, that in the formula draws on actual data costs of recent conveyances. So it's based on reality, real data. And we update that formula every few years to basically adjust for inflation, as costs go up. We instruct the partners on the use of that formula prior to their submissions every spring, saying, here's the new formula. If it's changed, here's how to apply your proposal. That results in a dollar amount in the land. Following recommendations, when that final number is determined, those get swept into the core functions budget along with the IDP component that Jennifer will tell you.
All right, so on the back side of the handout, it talks about the initial development plan costs. And within the Division of Fish and Wildlife, an approved initial development plan is required for all land acquisitions, regardless of whether they are being acquired by DNR or by partners. And this initial development plan lays out the needs the parcel has, from administrative to facility development to habitat restoration. Similar to the DNR land acquisition costs, there is a DNR IDP formula that is new as of this year, which is used to determine as a baseline the amount partners budget for IDP costs. The formula will be updated every few years to adjust for inflation, and the formula is on your handout. Following the funding recommendations, the DNR IDP budget line is swept from partners' proposals into the DNR core functions appropriation. The DNR is completing a limited number of activities in the IDP. Those include, we have a contract with the Minnesota Historical Society that will review and complete any cultural resource requests. That meets compliance with the Minnesota Field Archaeology Act and Minnesota Historic Sites Act. Those archaeologists will also implement Section 106 of the Natural Historic Preservation Act if federal funds or a federal connection is involved with the activity. We purchased boundary posts. The DNR purchased boundary posts that are posted around new parcels. And we install, our staff install the DNR and OHF signs once the parcel conveys to the DNR. We also will look at access improvements from road right-of-ways or new approaches that are needed for the parcel. Sometimes the local road authority is involved with requiring certain culverts and certain access sight lines for these new parcels. Parking lots and installation of parking lots on new parcels are not always required, but at times we want to incorporate geotextile fabric, gates to limit where the public can access, how far they can go, posts, and Class 5 gravel that will reduce future maintenance costs. So with the establishment of the DNR core functions and partner-led acquisition appropriation, there are typically only 2 budgets set up each year, one for DNR land acquisition costs, one for IDP costs. And this greatly increases the efficiency when it comes to paying for these services and activities. In addition, partners will be able to close their grants after the 4-year acquisition phase. And that is the summary of our appropriation. Thank you for your time, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Suzanne?
Yes, I clearly get the efficiency of not having 50 budgets, but how do you track the money that's supposed to go to a particular parcel to ensure, stability in the program?
Yes, good question. Chair and council members, each parcel has a land acquisition number assigned to it in our land record system. And that parcel identification number is used to code all expenses. And so that follows land acquisition costs and IDP costs throughout our SWIFT expense system.
And I would add that for a parcel to be eligible to be covered by the core functions costs, it needs to be on the parcel list of a partner in that year. So every parcel who is either restoring or acquiring land, this would be acquiring, but acquiring lands, they have to have a parcel list, approved parcel list. It needs to be on that list and in that year for us to pay the costs. So, and we do police that quite strenuously.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That sounds way more efficient than having 50 budgets, so.
Yeah.
Other questions?
Just one quick one on the land acquisition cost formula. So if it's a acquisition without PILT and it's over $1 million, it's just a flat rate, 7,500.
Yeah, I could answer that, member and chair. Yeah, the current advice that we had given to partners going into this round of proposals was for every acquisition they think is going to be worth more than $1 million to budget 7,500 to cover those review costs. That cost is likely to go up in the near future due to inflation, is what I'm being told. Right now it's 7,500. Yeah.
And if it's below $1 million, then there's no charge?
There's no requirement that DNR does the review. If it's over 500,000, I believe the partner Doesn't have to be commissioned by DNR. The partner can hire that reviewer.
And I will say, on behalf of our partners, there's some frustration over this because that $1 million number has not changed in 30 years.
So they'd like to see the $1 million go up, I'm assuming, to
I
what
would-
kind of a number?
Something that reflects inflation on some level.
Do we have authority on?
We have no authority.
Thank you for that clarification.
I think it's
Do we make
important that,
recommendations?
I think that our partners are capable of speaking for themselves on this. And we really don't have much ability to step in. This is not just something that happens with Lessard-Sams money.
Staff, anything to add to that?
Did I appropriately? Yeah.
All right, thank you very much for the clarification.
All right, thank you so much. Last is a presentation on restoration evaluations from Wade. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, council members. Thank you for having me in today. Wade Johnson with Minnesota DNR, also on behalf of the Minnesota Board of Water and Soil Resources, working on the Legacy Fund Restoration Evaluation Program. Over the years, our program has really tried to find ways to support our panel's recommendations from what we found. And now as we enter this final 10 years of legacy amendment, we're really interested in finding ways to engage with the council and partners and promoting greater understanding and alignment with the work that we have done and finding ways to work with the council and move forward with trying to find improvements based on what we've seen. This morning, I'll give you an overview of a couple of those findings and also identify some opportunities for the council to leverage some of our findings in improving future. For new members, the Legacy Parks and Trails Fund, Clean Water Fund, and Outdoor Heritage Fund directs DNR and Bowser to seat a panel of 6 restoration technical experts to evaluate legacy-funded restoration projects. Projects are directed in statute to be evaluated relative to current science, stated goals in the restoration plan, and identify if there are problems with implementation. In doing our work, we engage project managers to gather that information, project plans, try to find out on paper what happened in the past, go out on site with those project managers and partners that they've worked with, and our third-party assessors, which are either state staff or folks that we contract through private contractors under a master contract to be involved in our evaluations in the field. Again, evaluating projects per statute. Take that information from our year's work back to our evaluation panel. Noteworthy, we just met with our panel last week and we're meeting again this Thursday. So there could some ongoing discussion of what we've seen this year. They discuss what's working, make recommendations for improving future projects. And finally, we want to ensure that our recommendations have value to the council's work and find legs out there in really trying to catalyze some improvements. What we have seen overall is that most projects are on track to meet their stated goals using current science and being implemented without problems. There are also certainly opportunities for improvement. Greater than 3/4 of projects are to date are on track to meet their stated goals. Some specific noted areas for improvement are in areas of quantifiable goal setting and alignment with site-specific restoration plans. And this is something I will note more in a moment. really down to some of these details about utilizing site appropriate tree species, adapting selection as needed. Also, having a robust enough plan to on in the site preparation phase and also continued management moving forward. So in aggregate, where the panel has seen need for improvement, that's shaped into the recommendations standing for improving restorations. I welcome the council to take a look at our DNR webpage. All of the recommendations made over the years and an overview of those is available on our program website. I believe there's a link in the illustrated proposal, could be, and in our proposal from this year to that site. Current years and all previous years evaluation forms and reports are available on the Ledge Library's website also, and there's a link on our webpage. Catching up with current work, this year we are focusing on stream restoration projects around the state across all three of the funds we work with. And this is kind of a follow-up to a more intensive look at streams we did back in 2019. And at that time, based on our panel's review, there were 2 recommendations made specific to stream projects. One of those being improving the planning structures around working on streams, specifically because streams are particularly complex, and we can all appreciate that. There was a perception, I think, going into this that stream projects are less successful. What we saw and continue to see is they are just as successful, at least in the purview of what we're looking at, of achieving their goals. The issue, of course, is that when things go wrong, they can go catastrophically wrong and optically look really bad and garner a lot of attention. So it is a challenging place to work, and also, an important habitat that we want to continue to try to find ways to work with. The panel's review back in 2019 that led to that initial recommendation for improved planning and stream projects really emphasizes the need for identifying, having consistent project planning in their process, identifying what the specific stressors are they're trying to address with making those interventions, articulating specific project goals that are quantifiable and measurable, that we're able to go out and know that we actually achieved what we intended, and that we set that stage at the front end in our project goals, and then designing specific strategies to address identified problems that, again, were identified in that initial stream assessment. And then finally, budgeting to make sure that the project has adequate resources and partners to continue to make that project happen, really to achieve the overall goals over time. And then another note that was made at that time was documenting the project partner capacity to really execute and maintain the project and the specific roles of those partners. That was something that was identified as these are challenging projects. There's a learning curve to bring new contractors into this. There's a need for construction oversight. There's a need for expertise to be brought to bear, and there's always an ongoing learning process that happens by doing this work. And it's particularly, I think, acute in stream projects where there's a lot of variability both in who's developing plans and who's implementing that work on the ground. So a good area to continue to work. In that recommendation, we emphasize the roles both of the project partners in engaging the state agencies, LGUs, and other technical experts early and throughout the planning process. That really gets to that goal setting and understanding the system you're working in. Also, again, emphasizing securing financial staff and contract resources to complete the appropriate project as planned. And then finally, the role of the state agencies potentially in identifying and promoting best practices specific to consistent project planning detail, because that was something that I think we run into several times, is when it gets down to the details, that's really where the rubber hits the road. And sometimes that's the make or break projects really holding together over time and being effective. So incorporating as many partners as have the capacity to continue to inform that project is really valuable in working with the community. There was also a specific recommendation, and again, I'm speaking off of our focus on stream this year and the potential to continue on some of these standing recommendations. There was a recommendation for improving the vegetation specifically for stream projects, and this was trying to address the fact that establishing the vegetation is really critical to long-term success. Cover crops can provide temporary stabilization, but establishing a diverse native vegetation really takes a lot of planning and diligent maintenance, especially in these really dynamic stream systems that are subject to frequent flooding. And again, understanding the range of variabilities, the issues that you might run into, you might not be able to prevent the flood, you might not be able to prevent the drought, but know what you're going to do when it happens is, I think, what our panel was trying to say. Understand that these are stressors and something you might need to interact with, and vegetation is a huge piece of that, both in pulling the project together and holding it together over time, and also just establishing greater habitat and continuity between the aquatic and upland terrestrial systems. Yeah, they really emphasized the panel's recommendation for establishing performance standards with vegetation. That's an important note. I've seen a lot of improvement in the last 10, 12 years in contracts being written with performance standards for plantings, knowing that your contract says if it doesn't survive above this level, it's going to be replaced by the contractor, and there's opportunities there to really leverage in good performance by creating those standards at the front end and writing that into contracts. Also, consistently applying Bowser's native vegetation and establishment guidelines focused on diverse native vegetation is very important. That is noted in statute for this program as a place to point to, and Bowser's Native Veg Guidelines is a living document that continues to be updated every couple of years, and we've been involved in that process and trying to leverage in the findings from our program into guidance. So that's this year focused on streams. I anticipate finalization of this year's evaluations and a report coming out that I'll report back to the council on this year's review of stream projects. Other things over the past year, in the 2024 report that I presented to this council back in May, there was a specific guidance related to goat grazing as a phased and sequential approach in restoration projects. So I encourage you to take a look at that. Also, our continued emphasis on utilizing technical experts in the review and planning of complex projects, such as multidisciplinary stream and wetland projects, really benefits consistent incorporation of current science and best practices and how this stuff is, detailed designed and how it's implemented and hitting the ground. We also identify opportunities for funders to promote project managers to identify technical capacity needs and refer them to appropriate staff and resources. Another continued recommendation that I want to note is for improved documentation, and this is across all phases from concept to decision-making, and really maintaining the records of the actual implemented methods and materials and dates. This is something that across all funds and all types of projects that sometimes we don't always find the details that we would like, looking at projects that are 10 years out and have 3 degrees of separation between the initial project manager. And it really gets down to just what are the essential pieces of information that the next project manager would want on hand to be able to manage and understand that project is what we're looking for, and that. And, this is complex work, and that documentation can take a lot of different forms, but the panel is really emphasizing that need for a consistent process to keep all actual implemented work documented. Sometimes plans change, almost always plans change. Documenting the actuals that hit the ground is the important piece there for continuity to the future. And again, on goal setting, having quantifiable, measurable goals to track success is just incredibly important. And there are many good examples of that out there. and we continue to try to promote that. Again, we're happy to engage the council members in discussing how we could operationalize some of those recommendations related to the council's work to find consistent, high-quality projects. One other thing that our program does do is to try to communicate good examples. You'll see in our last report, there was the example of Lake Elmo Park Reserve having a natural resource management plan to leverage in CPL projects, utilizing outside expert guidance from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service about how to create habitat specific for species, in this case, rusty patch bumblebee, using a very deliberate, phased, and sequential approach that targets its sites over time, leverages in new funding cycles, and really gets work moving in a positive trajectory, well documented, going out, having quantifiable goals, going out to actually monitor those and adapt your project as needed when you find out how it performed relative to the goals, quantifiable goals that you set out. Finally, I just want to emphasize our interest in continuing to work with the council. As I mentioned at the start, we'd really like to continue that conversation with the council and project managers, really to increase awareness of where there's opportunities for some deliberate integration of our evaluation work that has value to the council, and just have some greater understanding of some of the nuance that we see out there. The reports that you get back from us are operating at a fairly high level for good reason, but I think that there's more opportunity as we've gone through this over the years to find places where the council can really make use of what our program work and recommendations have found. And we're happy to continue that conversation this coming year. With that, thank you for time to speak this morning, and happy to follow up with questions.
Matt, do you have a question?
I do. Wade, thank you for the presentation. I think this is related to your comment about increased work on improved documentation. I'm wondering if there is a publicly available database of repeatable projects where you can look at those best practices. And I'll give you a personal example, and one person focus group is always a bad thing, but I have two almost identical restoration projects going on. They're diversification projects, prairie diversification. And I got great technical assistance from people on the ground with Bowser and the county. But there was a surprising amount of debate back and forth about, should we do 1 quart per acre or 2 quarts per acre of glyphosate? Should we do this seed mix or this seed mix? Should we, how many days after the burn should we seed, or should we seed before or after, you know? And I was surprised at how much of a sort of a black art it was. And I know that there's differences project to project, but it didn't feel like there was a lot of ability to go and see a database of best practices. And I'm just curious if that exists.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, Council members. So there's a lot of good guidance out there, and I think you identified in your explanation there the crux of this, which is practices are evolving. There is a good understanding of the basis of what works. However, site conditions, the chronology of what you're doing, really tying it back to what your goals are and understanding what you anticipate as outcomes from your actions, you know, and all of the trade-offs that come with, can we access this land, or no, we can't go there, we can only go into this. And, you know, the trade-offs are a huge piece of what drives the decision-making for all of this. So I think there's a lot of good examples out there, and I'd be happy to share some back to the council, both that the university has put out through their ecological restoration training certificate program. I think that points to a lot of the sort of core issues. There is no cookie cutter way to get down to specifically, there is, you can do it, but when a project manager understands the site, knows the site conditions, knows its history well enough, you can make some more deliberate decisions about what you want to do on that parcel. So I think you identified that. I would say also another good resource is Bowser's native vegetation establishment guidelines. Their wetland restoration guide unpacks a lot of issues well beyond just wetland restoration about vegetation establishment. And so it's really just understanding some of the fundamental processes and ways to approach it. And when it gets down to specific details about, okay, what concentration of glyphosate or herbicide you want to use in a given situation, it really, there's science and there's art. And a lot of it does come down to understanding this species is going to respond to this herbicide in this way at this concentration. And this is, some of that's by the label, and some of that is practitioners, trial and error, peer-to-peer learning,
Yeah, and please
ahead.
don't get me wrong. I mean, there's always going to be that judgment call, and again, the technical assistance was great. But if you're doing hundreds, in some cases, even thousands of projects over time, if there's an analysis of those, we're going to center around some trends. And I was just suggest that over the course of time, if the documentation is improved, then, whether it's an AI analysis or some other analysis, you'd be able to center around things that are truly best practices and be able to evaluate those variables. It's just something that I thought of as I was going through those projects.
Thank you, Chair and members. I think that's a great opportunity, and I'd be happy to send around some examples of that. The devil is in the detail, though, when it gets down to it. But
No question.
thank
You
you.
can't spit out a rote answer, certainly. Thank you.
Other questions? Ron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, your work evaluating these things, tell you that. And this council is the one that forks over the money for these projects. So you listed a lot of do's and don'ts. Overall, what's your thoughts about how well these projects are doing with the money that we're sending out there? Do you have an overall thought about that?
Chair and council members, I will defer on a omniscient view on this, but I will editorialize to say overall, and I'm going to editorialize, this is me speaking, not Minnesota DNR or any other agency, there's no doubt there is very high quality work happening out of these funds. And I've seen it time and time again. We're always going to try to find ways to continue to elevate and at least get up to a base level of performance, and having practice standards and things like that of how you approach the site is super important. But again, subjectively, I will say without a doubt, Minnesota is blessed at having very high quality practitioners utilizing these funds really effectively and really efficiently, working across partnerships, working across different land management units. And I continue to be very heartened, having seen the amount of work that I've seen over the past, 12 years across the state of Minnesota and what's gone in there. So again, this is a very subjective statement, but without a doubt, we see very high quality implementation. And we're always going to point out those places where there's outliers and ways to continue to raise that base level of performance. But again, as a subjective statement, no doubt there's high quality work happening.
Other comments, questions? Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Mark, I'm going to turn it over to you for a second.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, the next part of this item on our agenda really is just to talk about the accomplishment. Pardon me, the accomplishment plans. We forwarded the accomplishment plans last time, I think with the exception of Metro Big Rivers, or progressed them, I should say, because in the spring is when we actually look at them and approve them. The council has approved has passed the bill with the appropriations in them. So the reason we held that one, and then we also had some other questions on a couple others as staff, a couple other accomplishment plans, was just because of outstanding questions we had regarding parcels, costs of restoration or enhancements, things like that. Since the November 12th meeting, we've had some really good conversations with program managers, and I want to thank them all personally for talking with us and going through the details and answering our questions, especially my questions, which sometimes are kind of ad nauseum. But they really were wonderful in working with us, all of them. I have no further questions from that point. We do have some other details that we're going to pull in. Now, Joey, you may have a comment or two on this, but if you do, feel free to chime in. But generally, I think we're happy with all of the accomplishment plans at this point and with the details of them. Don't see any outliers to bring to your attention for not progressing them. And so with regards to specifically to Metro Big Rivers, I would ask the council through consensus, at least allow us to progress that as well, and then we'll move forward. Joe, any other comments?
So do you have a comment?
Mr. Chair,
I didn't
members,
wanna
I was
cut
just
you
going to
off.
say, HA. We did talk with them. They are going to do their own easement program, so we don't have to include Bowser in the appropriation language.
Great. So, Tom has, for anyone who's just dying to read full accomplishment plans, printed out accomplishment plans for the 3 programs we just heard this morning. It was in your packet. It has been available to you. The action for us is to move forward or progress those 3 and release from the holdback for progression, I guess, the Metro Big Rivers accomplishment plan. So all accomplishment plans would go through the would have reached the point of progressing. We would have the final review of them after the legislative session before the beginning of the fiscal year, because as we're about to discuss, the amounts will change and therefore some figures will change, and that will have to be reviewed. But we're not seeing anything in the plans that would hold anything up that were outliers. So I'd love a motion to progress grants management, core functions, restoration evaluations, as well as release from any prior holdback, the Metro Big Rivers accomplishment plan.
So moved.
Any discussion? Tom, will you call the roll?
Members starting with number 12 on our list, Representative Vang.
Aye.
Representative Vang, aye. Hartwell.
Aye.
Hartwell, aye. Shara.
Aye.
Shara, aye. Baird.
Aye.
Baird, aye. Representative Burkle.
Aye.
Representative Burkle, aye. Eggerling.
Aye.
Eggerling, aye. Senator Hur.
Her, aye.
Senator Hur, aye. Kaharski.
Aye.
Kaharski, aye. Senator Lang.
Aye.
Senator Lang, aye. Palmer.
Aye.
Palmer, aye. Saxog.
Aye.
Saxog, aye. Suss.
Aye.
Suss, aye. Mr. Chair, there are 12 ayes, 0 nays.
Great, motion carries. Senator Hurd, just so you know, we moved the January 7th meeting from 8:30 to noon to 11 to 3 because at 4 o'clock there is a retirement party for Mark. And we thought it would be easier for everyone to not have to go home and come back for that party. So I saw you joined us after we got through that right away, and I wanted you to have that on your calendar.
Okay, thank you.
So next is a discussion of our final recommendation to the legislature. You have the draft bill that was part of your packet, but as we covered earlier, there's extra money. $27 million of extra money. Ron and I talked with staff and essentially followed the recommendations of the council at our October meeting with what to do with extra money. There were a couple things that came up. One, nobody ever expected $27 million. And there were a couple projects that would exceed what they had requested. We did not think that we should probably give people more than what they asked for. So we've shown that in our recommendation to you that nothing exceed the requested amounts. Additionally, there were 3 projects, HRE 05, WRE 05, and HA 10, which were for specific amounts to cover permitting and engineering. And we didn't see any reason to just increase the amount of money available for permitting and engineering, since that was a specific amount. So we're not recommending to you that there be any additional funds for those 3 projects. The restoration evaluations is a statutorily required 0.1% of the receipts, which is the sales tax revenue, which does not include turnbacks, does not include interest expense. So that has to increase to 189,000, consistent with the statutory requirement. And then our recommendation with those exceptions is to proportionally increase everybody a little more than 14%, and use up the additional funds. I've had conversations with a few folks who were expecting money, and no one would be unhappy with that occurrence. There is a spreadsheet that lays all this out for you if you're interested in specific amounts. The other thing I would note is what happens if the February forecast is different than the December forecast, which it will be. And our recommendation is essentially to be proportional, up or down at that point. It is hard to imagine it being a very significant adjustment at this point, beyond what this adjustment is. But essentially, sales tax revenue is likely to be forecast slightly different, which will either move up or down the amount available for us. And rather than try to get a council meeting together after the February forecast, we would just recommend that staff be allowed to modify the recommendation on a proportional basis, ensuring that no one gets more money than they asked for, and that the 3 projects that get fixed amounts don't change. And that's our recommendation to you. We stand for any questions. Staff will stand for any questions or discussion.
Good plan.
Is there a motion?
I make a motion to accept the proposal.
Great. We have a motion to accept the proposal. Any discussion on the motion? Tom, will you call the roll?
Members starting with number 1 on our list, Hartwell.
Aye.
Hartwell, aye. Shara.
Aye.
Shara, aye. Baird.
Aye.
Baird, aye. Representative Burkle.
Aye.
Representative Burkle, aye. Eggerling.
Aye.
Eggerling, aye. Senator Her.
Her, aye.
Senator Her, aye. Kaharski.
He's stepped out for a second.
Senator Lang.
Aye.
Senator Lang, aye. Palmer.
Aye.
Palmer, aye. Saxhog.
Aye.
Saxhog, aye. Suss.
Aye.
Suss, aye. Representative Vang.
We see you're there. We're not hearing you.
Representative Vang.
Nope. You're trying. We can see you.
Aye.
All right. Now we've got.
Representative Vang,
Thank
aye.
you.
Mr. Chair, there are 11 ayes, 0 nays.
Great, motion passes. And that was required that we have 9 votes to go to the legislature with our recommendation. So we're past that 9 votes, so thank you all.
Why unanimous vote?
We have one other than Matt.
That's what I'm saying. Did you want to wait for Mr. Kaharski to show back up? I'm sure he'll be back in a moment and ask him for his vote. So
He has a call he's on from 10 to 10:30.
Right.
Let me take that under advisement and see what we can do. Thank you.
Just thought of it. But
We actually have to approve the bill as well, so maybe he'll be back for the approval of the bill. And we're back on schedule.
Ahead.
We do have the bill now, that was part of your packet as well, the recommended bill. The amounts obviously will have to change based on the discussion that we just had. But the language of the appropriations, is there, yeah, I'm thinking, given Daryl's suggestion that we get a unanimous vote, that maybe we can table that until we get through the discussion item 10 and come back to that. Because I'm sensing we have a unanimous vote. It would be great to actually have a unanimous vote. So if we can move on with your permission to item 10, fee title land acquisition with buildings in north central Minnesota. That would be great. All right, we have Annie here and Kathy will be online with us. This is an interesting project. It's a great opportunity with a unique issue related to existing buildings on the property, which are usable. And typically this would fall under our recently approved guidelines of 10% or less, doesn't matter. The situation is more that they want to actually use the buildings in the long term and not tear them down, and they exceed the 10%. So they're going to explain this background and I think propose a solution for us to consider, which I've talked about and made sense to me, but it may make sense to everyone and it may not. So with that, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members. Mark, did you want to say anything or wait until after the presentation?
Yeah, thanks, Annie. I guess I can add just a little bit. Just this has been I think the chair encapsulated it pretty well. We've had a lot of conversations with Northern Waters Land Trust staff on this, trying to figure out how they should present it to the council and just walking through all of the different nuances of it. It's really detailed. There are a lot of different details to this proposal. It's really intriguing. And I guess maybe I should just leave it at that, Annie. And if the council wants more thoughts from me later, they can get them, but we'll let you go forward with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members, and Director Johnson. Thank you for the opportunity to present before you today. My name is Annie Knight. I'm the Executive Director of Northern Waters Land Trust, and I'm joined online by Kathy Don Carlos, Project Manager for this project, and also one of our land acquisition specialists on our team. And today we get to talk about a land acquisition project that we've been working on since July of 2024 in Cass County within the watershed of Cass Lake. Slide here. Oh, perfect. So Kathy and I are going to give just a brief presentation on the project, give a little bit of an overview, show a few more images than what were on the memo included in the packet today. And we're going to talk about the habitat benefits, the public benefits, as well as specifically talk about the buildings that are included on this tract of land, and then open it up, answer any questions that the council members may have, with the ultimate decision being on the council to decide whether to approve our organization moving forward with the acquisition of this project. So this tract of land includes 1,095 acres of land. It's 30 contiguous parcels, which when it became an opportunity for our organization, we went, oh my gosh, what an opportunity to be able to protect over 1,000 acres of contiguous land. A lot of times when we have an acquisition come across our desk, It is connected to existing public land, and so we're able to expand on large tracts of land. To be able to protect 1,000 acres in one transaction was pretty special opportunity. It's a really high priority for our organization, aligns with our grants that we currently have funded through the Outdoor Heritage Fund. It also is a priority for the Department of Natural Resources to receive and be managed as a wildlife management area. In addition, as we'll talk about the buildings, there was an opportunity to bring in other partners to see how we might be able to use these buildings with the use of private funds in collaboration with the Outdoor Heritage Funds, which I'll talk a little bit more in a bit. So from a habitat side, just an incredible tract of land. 75% is forested, 25% is wetland. The current landowner has been purchasing these parcels over a number of years to create a large complex and been managing it specifically for habitat and deer habitat specifically. So it really is an oasis for wildlife up in Cass County. It also supports Tullabee and Lake Whitefish, which are within Cass Lake, and this acquisition is within the watershed of Cass Lake, which is why it is a priority for our grant-funded programs. And again, just such a large intact block of land that's really strengthening the wildlife corridors that would allow wildlife to thrive on this tract of land. So looking at the public benefits, because we would be transferring the forested land to the Department of Natural Resources to be managed as a wildlife management area, it would be open to the public to enjoy for hunting, bird watching, hiking, other recreational opportunities. And then, as I'll talk about in a few slides, there's also an opportunity to use the buildings and be able to provide a space for more accessible hunting opportunities. The last two bullet points here really highlight why it was a priority for the DNR to manage this land as a wildlife management area, supports the long-term protection of the habitat, and then supports the mission to protect habitat and then allow public use. So it fits right in line with what the DNR is hoping for. So the reason why we're here today is because there are a number of buildings on this tract of land. And typically when we have an acquisition, usually there's no buildings. And so we don't need to be troubleshooting buildings. If there are buildings, typically they're of low value or dilapidated. And so we remove or demolish those buildings, and then that land is then restored back to its natural habitat. This tract of land, there is one parcel, and I'll talk about it in a second, that does have dilapidated buildings that we plan to remove. But then there are two other parcels that have buildings that are of higher value. And as Director Johnson and Chair Hartwell mentioned, they are potentially worth keeping and using. And so that's why we're here today, to seek your approval to be able to purchase the land and the buildings, knowing that we will have a solution for the buildings moving forward with the use of private dollars. So first, we're going to look at parcel C. Parcel C is the parcel that has those low-value dilapidated structures. These are cumulative value of $18,000. The plan would be to remove the structures, seal the well, and decommission the septic. This was approved by Lessard-Sams staff and it falls within the guidelines of the buildings procedure document that was approved by the council at the last meeting. The next parcel that we'll look at is parcel A. So the combined building value for parcel A is $325,000. It includes a garage that is heated and insulated, a pole barn with in-floor heat, a hangar with concrete floor, and an open pole barn. As you can see, very nice structures in really solid condition. The DNR was not interested in acquiring any of the parts. And so that was shared in the memo, and I'll just repeat that there. They did consider whether or not to acquire the buildings, but chose to not. And then last, we'll look at parcel B. So parcel B includes a cabin and a garage with a combined value of $107,000. The garage includes a walk-in cooler. It is a perfect setup for deer camp in combination with the cabin. That's a single level. And then you can see the garage there to the left of the building of the cabin itself. It is, yeah, a perfect setup for being able to cook meals, sleep in the cabin quarters, and then process the meat in the garage. Excuse me. So when our team was looking at this acquisition and we went and walked the property and stepped foot into the cabin, one of our team members said, "Oh my gosh, with just a few modifications, this cabin could become ADA accessible and could be used for special hunt programs." And that vision kind of got the ball rolling, and conversations started with Capable Partners and Minnesota Deer Hunters Association. So Capable Partners, their mission, they're a nonprofit organization. Their mission is to provide opportunities for personal growth and independence for physically challenged persons and able-bodied partners through participation in fishing, hunting, and related outdoor activities. And Minnesota Deer Hunters Association, their mission is to provide deer hunting opportunities through habitat preservation, enhancement, and advocacy. And so through these conversations, Capable Partners and Minnesota Deer Hunters Association expressed interest in what it would look like if these cabins were owned by Minnesota Deer Hunters Association and accessible hunting programs were done based out of the cabin. As the conversation evolved, Minnesota Deer Hunters Association also expressed interest in, once the DNR shared with us that they were not interested in the outbuildings, Minnesota Deer Hunters Association said that they might be interested in acquiring the outbuildings as well. So this partnership, I think, could be a really unique opportunity to provide access to this 1,000+ acres of new WMA and forested habitat, provide access that potentially wouldn't be there otherwise. I think it's a unique opportunity. We have Capable Partners and MDHA on the line to answer questions if there are any specific questions about what the partner. Then I wanted to give just a brief overview on the funding. So the intent would be to use Outdoor Heritage Fund grant funding initially to purchase everything. So we have a landowner who's very interested in selling as soon as possible. We have an opportunity to purchase the land in one transaction. So that's why we're here today, is to seek approval to purchase both the land and the buildings. And then with private dollars, going on the fundraising update here, use private dollars to reimburse the Outdoor Heritage Fund for the building value, and depending on which option is selected, potentially the land value as well. So the number in the slide is a little bit out of date as of this morning. We now have $125,000 in private funds raised, and that's through just a little bit of fundraising. The donors that we've talked to are very excited about this opportunity, and we are confident that we would be able to raise the private funds in order to meet the Lessard-Sams goals for making sure that we're only using outdoor heritage funds for habitat protection, and then using private dollars to be able to offset the cost with the building and the land. Back over to the grant funding side of the table here. There are two programs that we have with existing grant funding, and that's our fisheries habitat protection on strategic north central lakes. And the focus of that program is to specifically protect the watersheds surrounding coldwater lakes and Tullabee refuge lakes. Lake whitefish are also a very sensitive species and fall within the category of our coldwater lakes. So that's why it was a priority for that grant program. And then we also have a Protecting Minnesota's Lakes of Outstanding Biological Significance grant program. And Cass Lake is a lake of outstanding biological significance. So it was a priority for both grants, which sometimes happens. Sometimes there can be, if we're able to use both of those grant funding grant funds, we would exceed our acreage goals for both and deplete nearly all of our existing grant funds that we have on hand. So an exciting opportunity to be able to spend our grant funding on an exceptional tract of land with over 1,000 acres of forested habitat. I'll now pass it over to Kathy Don Carlos, our project manager, land acquisition specialist, to talk more about what these various options are for the buildings.
Thanks, Annie. Good morning, Chair Hartwell, council members, and LSOHC staff. My name is Kathy Don Carlos, and I am a land acquisition coordinator for the Northern Waters Land Trust. As we have worked on this project the last 45 to 60 days and had many communications with LSOHC staff, as Mark mentioned, we've had options pop up that stayed on a potential option list, and we had options that came in and then were removed from the option list. So this is a very fluid process that we're going through, but we have identified in the memo a number of options, and more have been brought up since we submitted that memo in late November to LSOHC staff. One option is, which is kind of the fallback option, that's not the desirable option, and these aren't listed in any sort of priority, but it would be to sell the buildings or have them removed before the entire complex, the 30 parcels, are conveyed to the DNR. With the NGO options, there is the potential to set aside those 2 parcels, convey 2 of those parcels with the buildings to the NGO, and the remaining 28 parcels to the DNR. And that could be done in a couple of ways, and there are even more variations of this. An original suggestion was to, well, why don't you consider conveying the land to the NGO and have them pay for the buildings? And then a version of that is to have the NGO purchase both the parcels and the buildings. Another pair of options is to consolidate all of the buildings on one parcel. So move that cabin to parcel A with the outbuildings, and convey as a donation the land to the DNR, or the land to the NGO, or have the NGO purchase the land and all 5 buildings. There are permutations of that as well. Another option that was suggested was to subdivide parcel A and just sell a portion of that parcel to the NGO with the buildings, try to get all those buildings and just have them basically subdivide that existing parcel and reduce the footprint of land underneath the buildings. Now, there are other options coming in, and Annie, if you could go to the next slide, please. It's very clear, and that as all of these options come in, we really want to take a deliberate, rational, intentional approach to assessing or analyzing the options for various criteria. And so one of the things we've been thinking about is there's a number of things that we need to accommodate. All of the options need to be evaluated to determine if they're consistent with the Constitution and state law. And so this is an excerpt from the LSOHC website with background explanations about what Outdoor Heritage Fund is, what LSOHC is. We also want to make sure that the LSOHC committee and the council and the staff support the option that's selected. We also, as a grantee, need to comply with the DNR grant requirements. And so that's another consideration as we assess these options. Fourth one is that this needs to be consistent with the management of the wildlife management area. So we really need DNR, Division of Fish and Wildlife, to take a very active role in our assessment and review process. But we need to make sure that whatever option is chosen, that it's consistent and not conflicting with the WMA management. Fifth, as a grantee, the Northern Waters Land Trust has needs that that we'll be looking at very closely. For instance, we often purchase land and then wait a number of months in order to convey it to a county or to the DNR. And it's extraordinary if we have to hold on to a property for a year or more. After all of the improvements that have been made in the acquisition process that Kirsten Larson and Chad McDonald have led, our time for being in that transitional period has become reduced. So we're not really interested, and we will do so if it's necessary, but to hold a property for a long period of time will require funding and management on our part that needs to be considered. Sixth, the NGO that's involved, in this case, MDHA and capable partners, they need to be prepared for the purchase. So, you know, how long will it take them to get ready to purchase? We need to make sure that the options are evaluated as far as cost effectiveness. Also, what the transaction requirements might be. For instance, when we are looking at the option, when we look at the option of subdividing parcel A, well, that requires a county petition process, fees, redoing the survey, redoing title work. So there will be transaction requirements for each option, and those need to be compared and evaluated. And there will undoubtedly, in my experience, whenever you assemble a team to go through a process like this, inevitably and hopefully other options will come up that might be even better and more expedient. So we do not view this as being an onerous long-term process, but we feel it imperative to do this in a rational, deliberate way so that we can come back to you and explain what was considered and the reasons for the ultimate recommendation. Annie, could you go to the next slide, please? So in summary, I really want to emphasize that we take this part of the project as seriously as we do a purchase or a traditional conveyance. And we want to thoroughly consider all the options so that an option that is chosen that results in a very good, durable and healthy relationship between the DNR and the neighbor. And so that's something we want to make sure this doesn't just work for 2026, but that it works going decades into the future. And we do commit to come back to staff and the council with final recommendations as you direct us to. We're really working we would be working as your agent to execute this final disposition of the parcels with the buildings, and feel very committed and obligated to be reporting back to you. Any funds that are raised through this for the sale of buildings or land obviously would be returned to the Outdoor Heritage Fund, and we would work very closely with the council staff to do that in an expedient way. With that, I'll turn it back over to you, Annie.
Thank you, Kathy. This is just our final slide. as we've been talking about the buildings, just wanted to bring it back in the big picture. And our main goal is to protect more than 1,000 acres of forested habitat, and then establish that as a new wildlife management area, be open. As Kathy just articulated, there's multiple options for the buildings, and with the final determination of what the next step would be after the purchase of the tract of land. And we have private funds that are already raised, and there's momentum building to raise significantly more funds to be able to unite private dollars with the use of outdoor heritage funds. With that, we're happy to answer any questions that the council may have. Thank you.
Senator Lang, you've been waiting patiently with your hand up.
No, that was pretty hand to the end of the presentation. So can you hear me?
We couldn't hear you. Can you speak up?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was saying that was a preemptive hand just to the end of the presentation.
All right.
No, I guess this question is a little bit more of process. It sounds like an interesting project for sure. And from the get-go, it does sound a little outside of the comfort level of what Lessard Sams is normally done, especially with the value of the project. However, I think I'm okay with going outside of that comfort level, and it seems like there's a lot of variables that haven't really been cited. And Mr. Chair, this is probably a question for you, just asking, like, are you looking for approval from the council to just keep continuing forward on pursuing this? And I assume that you're going to come sort of a memorandum of understanding or agreement between the NGOs, the deer hunters, and Lessard as we move forward, because of the timeliness of the landowner, and then, you know, have a proposal pushed towards us that says, here's the actual dollar values, here's the appraisal value, because it looked like that was a little rough, and here's the timeline possibly. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, thank you for asking. I do have a suggestion for the council, multi-part, I guess. The first thing is the structures we're talking about. They gave us a parcel and infrastructure sheet. It totaled the structures 450,000, but 18,000 were for buildings that are going to be torn down. So we're really talking about a building value of 432,000, as I understand it from the information. My perception is that they're committed and very interested in seeing permanent protection on all 30 parcels. The issue is about the buildings, the two sets of buildings. And they would prefer not to tear them down because they have a use and a partner who would like to use them. And they have a willingness to raise the money so that the council doesn't in the long term pay for those buildings, that 432,000. So what I would recommend that we consider is that we give them approval to buy the entire 30 parcels, subject to an understanding that it be the land have, whether it's fee or easement, have NOFRs on it, and that we give them a specific time period. To me, it was 2 years, maybe it's 3, it doesn't really matter, to reimburse us for the 432,000, or they tear them down. So if they can't raise the money, the buildings go away. So we're whole, the land is all protected, and there's the potential for MDHA to utilize the building for related programs, which are great, but aren't within our purview. So we don't pay for that use. So that was what I thought made sense when I talked to Annie on the phone. And I gave her that feedback, and she's nodding that I haven't, crossed some line that would give you heartburn.
No, very reasonable, Mr. Chair.
So that Senator Lang is what I've been thinking about to accomplish the protection and not put us on the hook in the long term for the value of the buildings. Clearly, the owner isn't willing, based on my discussions, to sell everything except the 2 parcels that have the buildings. He wants to do one and done. And we could easily just provide a exception to our 10% rule and say there's a little bit more than the 10%, tear them down and protect it all. This is an opportunity to work with partners to provide some programming opportunity without us paying for it in the long term. So,
And I think I'm fine with that. In fact, I kind of applaud the ingenious nature of it as it's gone forward here. And I would say that I'm comfortable with that, provided that, this might be a question for Mark too, is what does that agreement look like? Is it a verbal agreement on that's on the record? Is that all it takes? Or do we have to have that in writing? Like I said, there's a little bit of, we had a list of options that apply, maybe a little more, in the next month or so here before our next meeting, that we have a concrete plan. So we don't have anything open for interpretation as of yet. You have that is an actual appraisal of the 432,000 or 450,000, or is that a rough estimate?
Annie, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, members, I'll defer that question to Kathy as our project manager.
Thank you, Chair Hartwell, Senator Lang, and council members. We do have an appraisal. We have appraised values. Okay. We've done a little bit of rounding to avoid we're not at, this is private and confidential. So that is very close to the ballpark, and that would be adjusted clearly after the purchase. Then we can set that. But it's I don't know the euphemism to use. It's definitely within the ballpark.
Okay. Yeah. And I just, the only reason I'm asking is because it's, for the council to really make an informed, educated decision, I think we need to see the actual dollar, see what the actual agreement was going to be, and see what you guys for sure are going to be doing. But I think I think we're there. I think we're very close. And maybe between now and, it could be quick, I suppose. And I don't know how the land trust comes together and makes decisions like that on what avenue you're going to pursue. But I think, that's maybe, sorry, I'm blocking myself with the steering wheel here.
I think they would take direction from us, and they'll bring back an agreement that's worked out with staff to put this in writing so that everyone knows exactly what's going to happen.
Okay, perfect. That's what I'm looking for.
I suspect we can do that by our January 7th meeting.
Perfect.
I've got Mark, and then I've got Ted and Matt, and maybe Ron.
And I've got one.
And Daryl.
I'll make it quick then. Mr. Chair, members, Senator Lang, to answer your question, according to our guidelines right now, our most recently adopted guidelines on acquisition of parcels with buildings, the land trust could move ahead as long as they come up with that additional money over 10% of the acquisition price for the buildings. They could move ahead with the acquisition at this point. That would be within the guidelines. So it's kind of a two-step process. One would be this acquisition right now, where they come up with those private funds, which they basically have them already. And the second thing would be to then come back to staff and the council with the options moving forward to see what else they can do.
Ted?
Mr. Chairman, generally I like what you laid out. When you got to the point about if the money isn't raised, the buildings would be torn down. But it seems to me that if there's $35,000 worth of value in the buildings and they're torn down, then the purchase price is significantly over the assessed value or the appraised valuation. And so that part concerns me. And you said 2 years or 3 years, having been involved in land acquisition a little bit, I would suggest we give the extra year just so that we're not coming back in 18 months saying, God, we can't get this done by July 1st. Can we have another year? I'd rather do it all at one time. But I'd like a little more specificity on what you mean by under what conditions the building would be torn down.
Fair
You
enough.
can wait till after the other questions.
Sure. Matt?
This is actually a little bit related to Ted's question. If we've got an appraised value of, 435,000 or whatever, what happens if the actual sale price comes in higher or comes in lower? Or how does that work? Let's say it comes in at 375. Is the amount that goes back to the fund 375? And what if it comes in at 550? Because land values are going to go up in a couple of years.
But it's not the land value, it's the
Sale price.
the building value.
Right, so, but they're gonna sell the buildings, right?
Essentially will be reimbursed for the amount that the buildings represent of the sale.
So will we be reimbursed for the appraised value or for the actual sale?
The appraised value, because the sale would be whatever they'd raise the appraised value is what their goal would be.
So it's the appraised value.
Yep.
Pure and simple. Okay.
Sorry, Ron, and then Daryl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not really too bothered by this, except may ask our legal minds here.
Mr. Chair, members, good morning. It sounds like just listening to the presentation that there are a number of ways that this might go down, and you all are talking about these contingencies as though you want them to be legally operative requirements. And if that's the case, I'd want to talk to my House counterpart, but I think we would tentatively suggest that you put whatever the conditions are going to be in the actual language and that you look at the actual language in the rider, in the bill at some point. Does that answer your question?
Well, yeah, another just overall question I had, does this in any way get too close or jeopardize our constitutional requirements for the Lessard-Sams, the legacy amendment?
That's a good question, and it implies that you have decided on very particular things, which I haven't heard. I haven't heard that you have yet. But I guess I would say some of the questions being raised about, for example, whether or not of Outdoor Heritage Fund money over the appraised value, I don't think the Constitution says anything about that. And I've not heard an interpretation that says that if you somehow misalign the dollar amount that you pay for something by a small amount, that it somehow jeopardizes the constitutionality. And to the extent that what you're talking about is this exceeding the 10% guidance that you all adopted, that guidance is not law, it's not constitution, it's just what you all have decided you're okay with. So in that sense, I don't think if you deviate from that, you have violated any kind of constitutional prohibition. I do think this is what you're talking about. The various paths that you're talking about sound somewhat innovative. And so I think you would want to write as much specificity into the rider about whatever you're as you can.
So just to clarify, this would not be in our bill language because the money's already in there. This would be the agreement between them and us in terms of a revised accomplishment.
Sorry, yes, correct. In some kind, in writing, in a legally enforceable writing, whether that's the accomplishment plan or something else, but yes, thank you.
I would just say the legacy amendment, we're about acquiring, protecting, preserving fish and wildlife habitat. Doesn't say anything about buildings. So that's my question.
So, Mr. Chair, members, this is just me talking, but when the Constitution requires that you spend this money to protect habitat, I don't think that it's reasonable to interpret that to mean that every cent has to have a habitat related function. For example, I mean, the case you're talking about here, is one where it seems indisputable that if you acquire this land and protect it in the way it will protect habitat. The fact that there's incidental sort of things that go along with that, that if you separate them from the entire project, don't in isolation further habitat goals, does not take away from the fact that as a whole, this appropriation would serve the constitutional purpose. I think you can make that argument.
It's similar to fences. I mean, we allow to put up fences to protect habitat. This would be a different way of protecting habitat, because if my understanding is you either buy the 30 parcels or the deal's going to fall apart. The landowner doesn't want to separate it out. So somehow, but if we can get reimbursed for everything that isn't habitat, I think that's probably a fair deal. But Daryl?
Carving out that 40-acre parcel or both 40-acre parcels, or subdividing and selling a chunk of land and the buildings. I mean, so that they're not borrowers when it's all said and done. That's some of the options that are listed here. Not necessarily what's being proposed as the primary, but so I've got some maybe some nitpicking questions. And I did talk to Andy the other day and we had a good discussion, and I do support this. I support actually giving them 3 years to get this done, because I think it's going to be a stretch for MDHA to raise that kind of funding, given what I know about MDHA. So in 2 years. So just after I thought about our discussion, and one of the questions I had is, this cabin that's there must have been being used by the owner, I would assume, as his base point for hunting on this property. And I'm assuming as large as this tract of land is, it has some network of trails or roads in it. I didn't look at Onyx in depth enough to see what there was. One of the questions in my mind would be, if there's a network of trail systems that exist, that's good. But I wouldn't want to have a cabin that's the only access point to that trail system, right? It would kind of cut off the rest of the public from utilizing that land if the trailhead was at the cabin or at the set of buildings, and no one else really had access into the land. So that's one of my questions. I don't know if you have an answer for that. And I could look on Onyx if I spent more time, but I want to make sure that all public and not just, the partners that we're talking about involving have access to that land. And certainly if they're the only point that has an access point into that whole 1,000 acres, it would seem like it would preclude the rest of the public somewhat access into it. So that would be my first question. Second question is, Hartwell has clarified it. The plan isn't to just reimburse us for the amount over the 10%. The plan would be to reimburse the fund for the total purchase appraised value or whatever. Okay, good. The third thing that I guess I would ask is, and you and I talked about this as one of the different options, is, if they're going to in some way, shape, fashion, or form acquire the land for the bulk of the buildings that are there as kind of a training facility for them. If there's a easement, a conservation easement, they basically can't do any kind of modifications. And I'm thinking that we would generally, I think, support that as a training facility. What if they wanted to modify their training facilities at some point in time in the future because they've been successful, but the conservation easement would preclude them from doing that? Do we want to somehow, carve a 2-acre parcel that gives them some flexibility to modify or expand their buildings within that footprint? Would be some of the questions I guess I would have.
Every conservation easement is different. And so a conservation easement that covered the property would have to specify whether or not any addition was allowable or not. And that's something that would get worked out. Clearly, if you can, and I'm just going to exaggerate, if you can add a 10,000-foot structure to a building, the value of the conservation easement goes way down. So there's a question that the land trust would have to answer, which is, and MDHA, is how much flexibility do they want and what are they willing to pay for?
Yeah, because it becomes the value. Are they better off to effectively acquire 3 acres and own the 3 acres with their buildings on it that allows them to do what they want on that 3 acres.
And I would give them the option to do that. I think we're headed towards a comeback with a specific proposal to us in January that we can give you guidance on, that sets forth a plan, and I'm not hearing huge amounts of heartburn over the project. The devil's in the detail.
Yep.
So instead of having 9 options, bring us what you want to do in January. I do see Kathy has her hand up.
Thank you, Chair Hartwell, and Councilmember Daryl Palmer. In response to your first question, their DNR will have multiple access points into the property. And so these roads that go into the cabin and the roads that go into the outbuildings are not the only access points for this property. So DNR is already on, starting to, in the early planning days of how they'll lay out this WMA and access. Your point 2, I'm going to leave to Annie, and then 3 regarding the conservation easement. I just wanted to support or maybe mirror what Chair Hartwell said. I think that will be conservation easement option will be something that we'll need to consider. Following your conversation with Annie this week, Chair Hartwell, we've already pulled Minnesota Land Trust in, and they're thinking about the pros and cons of that. So we do need to chase down some of these details and look at what might be the most optimal. So thank you.
Anything else? I think I'll give you direction to work with staff to bring back a definitive proposal in writing for our January meeting, if that's acceptable to you. Yeah, I'm not hearing anyone say it's a bad idea, but the devil's in the detail. It's got to get worked out, and so please do that for us. And you're likely to, unless you do something different than what you've been talking about, find that we're reasonable people.
Maybe just, Mr. Chair, members, one clarifying question. As we're moving really quickly with the land transaction right now, what I'm hearing is that come back with a decision, and that's formally approved by the council before being able to move forward with this transaction, or is the council comfortable with us moving forward with the transaction? It's just
If you want to tear down the buildings, move forward. If you want to,
Yeah,
you have to bring us a specific proposal for how you want to do that.
Okay.
The guidance for the landowner would be, we're interested in finishing the transaction.
Yeah, one way or the other, we want to finish it. The question is just the detail of it. Mark?
Mr. Chair, members. So just a question of clarification here. If they have to finish the land transaction by the end of the year, currently under our proposal, as long as they come up with that over 10% of the value of the, for the so let's say it's a $3 million item and you got 450,000 in buildings, they'd have to come up with at least 150,000 in private funds toward those purchases of those buildings. So if they have to make the transaction by the end of the year, is it okay for them to do that under, as you see it right now, and then come back to us with these other, whatever option they want to go forward with to get it verified?
I think you're onto something. I would say the assumption has to be until you get our permission that the buildings would come down. So put in your 150 in your example with the assumption your buildings are coming down unless you come back to us and we approve an exception to the buildings coming down. Does that make sense to you, Mark and Joe and Kathy?
And Mr. Chair, I would be very disappointed if the buildings came down.
Yeah, right. We want you to keep the buildings and make, but from a legal standpoint,
yeah,
you have to assume till we agree to something else that the buildings are coming down, but you've heard no objections to that.
So, Mr. Chair and members, if we are able to bring in the hypothetical that Director Johnson laid out, if we are able to bring $150,000 in private funds to the closing, then that has the approval of the council.
You don't need any special
Then,
approval from
yeah.
us.
Sounds good.
But if
Yeah.
you want to save the buildings, you need to come back and give us. a
Yeah,
plan.
we definitely plan to come back. Yeah.
Daryl?
If the transaction moves faster than.
I'm seeing. Go ahead, Daryl.
Annie, I just, been brains turning on this project and thinking, wow, it's a great acquisition, 1,000 acres. What was the decision to make it a wildlife management area specifically? There are some restrictions that go into having it be a wildlife management area. So I'm curious as to why a WMA, and I think about it as a deer hunter, because I have a WMA next to me, and you can't put a ladder stand up in it, right? You have to use a climbing portable stand. So that precludes a lot of people from wanting to hunt a piece of land like that when you've got to carry a portable stand on your back and go in and climb up a tree and down a tree and out of the piece of land every day. And so it's fine if you're 20 or 30, but above. So why WMA as opposed to some other state forest?
Mr. Chair and Member Palmer, thank you for the question. And we were we explored many options. Kathy explored in far more depth each option, so I'll let Kathy answer. In addition to that, we have representatives from the Department of Natural Resources, Rick Walsh, as well as Blaine Klemek, who can speak more broadly to what the restrictions on the WMA look like and how accessibility can be folded into the WMA. Kathy?
Chair Hartwell, Councilmember Palmer, and other council members, when Northern Waters Land Trust began working on this project and on this property in 2024, we consulted with a number of government agencies and entities about their interest in owning and managing the property. So any property we get using outdoor heritage funds, it then is conveyed to a government entity for permanent ownership and management. So the various entities considered it, and DNR had the most enduring and deepest interest in seeing the property protected and managing it as a WMA. Within the DNR, within the state DNR, I did consult with DNR Forestry to determine if they had any interest in managing this as state forest lands. They did not. And we worked closely with Fish and Wildlife. If there would have been an interest in managing it as a scientific natural area or a park or recreation area, I think that would have come up. Typically, Division of Fish and Wildlife does screen for that.
Yeah, members and chair, I'll echo that or add to that, when this.
Can you get forward to the mic?
Oh, yep, sorry. When the opportunity first arose, I remember talking with the area wildlife manager and explaining, hey, there's 1,100 acres. He hadn't seen it yet. And we both were like, there's a lot going on in Hubbard County and Becker County. We'll probably pass on this, but I should go look at it. And he went and looked at it. It was, just very impressed by the quality of the habitat there for game production and the work that has gone into it by the current landowner. And Annie mentioned a bunch of that. Her comments about it just the quality of the habitat kind of begged for WMA management designation. In fact, the tentative name that we picked for it is turnkey WMA because it's turnkey. It's ready to be a WMA, and it does come with things that restrictions on WMAs that don't apply on state forest, ATV use, motorized use, things like that, permanent ladder stands, things like that. But I think the benefit that comes with it being a WMA far outweigh and exceed those limitations on use.
Okay. I want to move us on because we're, so you have the direction that you need. come up with your hypothetical 150, and you can do it with the understanding that you're going to come back and ask us for a plan for the building, which we're open to.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members. Appreciate the discussion and the direction.
Great, thank you. I'm going to take us back to agenda item 9. Matt, we held this because we wanted a unanimous vote in favor of the bill.
You give no sorry, I had to step out.
No, it's
Thank
not
you
a
for reading.
problem at all, but we had an 11 to
What makes
0
me think
vote.
that'll happen now that I'm back in the room?
Because it's going to.
Hope springs eternal. But I'm going to move the discussion to approval of the actual bill language. For those of you that are still newbies and you don't get to use that for very much longer, Daryl.
I try.
The bill language is part of your packet. It has the specific dollar amounts that were prior approved that will be adjusted based on our conversations a few moments ago. Mark or Joe, do you want to say anything about the bill language itself?
Mr. Chair, members, I'm just going to talk about a few things. In the bill language, if you read it, we did move Hardwood Hills into the forest section. It seemed like that fit better for them. 4F, Talcott Lake, Little Cannon River, 5F or T or 5T, and then the statewide trout enhancement 5Z. The language specifies that money can only be used for engineering and permitting. In the end of the bill, subdivision 8C, which is on page 9, the new, some new language added there. It says reimbursement of eligible expenses must be submitted no later than 12 months after the approval of the final report. And so the issue that we partners can put in a final report, but they don't actually have to ask for final for us, so that once their final report is done, we want them to ask for final reimbursement so that we can close out the appropriation and get that money, anything that's left back in the Outdoor Heritage Fund to be reappropriated. So that's what that is supposed to do. We might have to make some technical edits with that. And then the very last part on page 9, section 3, that's just adding of $140,000 for staff expenses from last year's administration budget. So that's where we're going to pick up the 140.
For the program analyst.
Yeah.
So Mark has a comment.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, on that on 8C, the reimbursement of eligible expenses must be submitted no later than 12 months after the approval of the final report. That is, grants management has given us a tentative on that, but are reviewing that language. So that's what Joe said. There may be some other renditions of it. Also, we want to make sure that our nonpartisan staff has a chance to review that with the feedback that grants management provides us. So it could be, it won't be in there, but I don't think so. It seems at this point that that's a step we need to take to tighten things up just today.
So what I'm looking for is a motion to approve this language subject to the adjustment of the amounts based on our earlier conversation and any technical corrections that staff and others come up with as they go through this. We have a motion from Kristen. Is there any discussion or questions? Great. Will you call the roll, Tom?
Members starting with number 2 on our list, Shara.
He's here, yes.
Shara, aye. Baird.
Aye.
Baird, aye. Representative Burkle.
Aye.
Representative Burkle, aye. Eggerling. Eggerling, aye. Senator Herr.
Her, aye.
Senator Herr, aye. Kaharski.
Aye.
Kaharski, aye. Senator Lang.
Aye.
Senator Lang, aye. Palmer.
Aye.
Palmer, aye. Saxhog.
Aye.
Saxhog, aye. Suss. Aye. Suss, aye. Representative Vang.
Oh, no. She's dropped off, unfortunately.
Hartwell.
Aye.
Hartwell, aye. Mr. Chair, I see 11 ayes, 0 nays.
We're unanimous of everyone who's here. So thank you. We have a bill that will be forwarded to the legislature. Now we will move forward to the second part of discussion item 10, protecting Minnesota lakes of outstanding biological significance. No. Sorry. We're moving to number 11, City of Duluth property land exchange.
Mr. Chair, is it worthwhile asking the board? Email if they're both ready to file and cabinet, I'm assuming would be forward as well.
We can do that. Good suggestion. She voted for the recommendations, so let's try to get that and we'll add that. So I'll just say this is one of those projects that comes up that nobody wants to talk about or think about or wish that it happened. They found a bunch of graves on land that they didn't think were there, and they are, and they want to trade the grave site for land that is owned by the city of Duluth that's in excess of the size of where the graves are to make us whole. We can spend a whole lot of time on it or very little time on it, depending on what you want to do.
I recommend that we make the trade.
So we have a motion to approve the trade. Is there any discussion? Tom, will you call the roll? Suzanne?
Oh, aye, I didn't hear him.
Baird, aye. Representative Burkle.
Burkle, aye.
Representative Burkle, aye. Eggerling. Eggerling, aye. Senator Herr.
Aye.
Senator Herr, aye. Kaharski.
Aye.
Kaharski, aye. Senator Lang.
Aye.
Senator Lang, aye. Palmer. Palmer, aye. Saxog.
Aye.
Saxog, aye. Suss.
Aye.
Suss, aye. Representative Vang. Hartwell.
Aye.
Hartwell, aye. Shara.
Aye.
Shara, aye. Mr. Chair, I see 11 ayes, 0 nays.
Motion passes. Thanks for being here, but we're
Thank you, council.
we didn't want to spend too much time on it.
Signature mileage.
Yeah, it was a great presentation.
Perfect. Excellent. I aim to please.
Speeches.
We're ahead of schedule.
We did want it quick. Thank you. We could have spent half an hour talking about it, or we could just do it, and we did it right.
That is scheduled.
Yeah.
Distance here.
So next is a discussion presentation on the update to how DNR is doing with their continuous improvement project on land acquisition. And for those of you that are still able to claim newbie, DNR engaged in a process to shorten timeframes, which is stretched out on land acquisition. And this is an update that we've asked for periodically on how they're doing on that. I think we expressed some concern several years ago. They engaged this process 2 years ago, roughly, and started reporting on it probably to us a year ago. We seem to be plagued with technical
Chair Hartwell, council members, while that's happening, I can go ahead and get started and introduce myself a little bit. My name is Kirsten Larson. I'm what we call the Strategic Land Asset Management Supervisor, or SLAM Supervisor, within the Division of Lands and Minerals at the Department of Natural Resources. And I have with me today, and I want to acknowledge that there are a couple other folks from the Division of Lands and Minerals that are on Zoom. We have Cheryl Kelly-Doby, the Assistant Director for Lands, Greg Hablum, the Appraisal Management Supervisor, and Chad McDonald, our Acquisition Coordinator, just in case I get myself in trouble and they need to help bail me out. Today, thank you for having me back to talk a little bit about our continuous improvement process. I've been in my role for about 2 years. And since the beginning of that time, we've been engaging in this CI project to address how we can streamline our acquisition process to make it go more easily and more quickly. So today I'm going to give you a little. Perfect. Okay, thanks. So first, just in terms of what I want to talk about today, I'll share a little bit of a project reminder, talk about where we're at today. We do have some updated data, so I'll share that, and then look ahead to next steps, because this is very much an ongoing process. So we've done a bunch of work, we're seeing good results, but there's more to be done to help improve the process. So just by way of reminder, the goal of the project was to bring together both acquisition partners and DNR staff to identify and implement ways to streamline and shorten the acquisition timeline. Always go down for trying to strike, how we do this quickly and efficiently, and maintain our statutory responsibilities. So as some of you may recall, this slide that I'm sharing was our primary kind of impetus behind our project. So we started on a Six Sigma continuous improvement process, and the first step in that is to measure your problem. And our problem was that it was taking us a really long time and an increasing amount of time to close on acquisitions. One of the things that I might, excuse me, sorry. Perfect. What I might just emphasize in terms of that data is because it does look intimidating, and it was intimidating to us. But what we have to keep in mind when we're looking at that data is, as we're thinking about, an almost 2-year process, this is the full process from the point at which a partner identifies the potential for a project and says, hey, DNR, we might have a project we want to get started. We're not sure where it's going to go, but we think we need to tell you about it so we can work together on it. All the way through their work with the landowner, their title review and closing, through to the conveyance process to DNR. So we are looking at kind of a 2-step acquisition process. And I just want to highlight that because I think that is important to keep in mind. Differentiate between projects that do have to undergo some sort of site restoration cleanup. So that's all encompassed in that data. I don't want to excuse it, but I do think it's really important to understand the scope of it. We certainly want to keep that trend line going down, but it's a big process with a lot of steps. One thing I'll highlight before we move to that next slide that we're optimistic about is that we are seeing kind of a curve in that term. Or that trend line upward. We're now seeing a downward trend in the amount of time that it takes for projects to complete. And we're hoping to keep that trend moving forward. So as part of that Lean Six Sigma project, we identified 2 primary areas where on the DNR side, it was really challenging to get from that point at which a partner was had a project in hand to when it was ready to convey to DNR. And the first piece was the appraisal review process. And the second piece was title review and resolution. And just by way of context, keep in mind that for any project that's over $1 million, a partner has to have that appraisal reviewed by DNR. And we were starting to see some pretty long timelines in terms of that turnaround. So that was an area where we really wanted to focus. The second area of focus was in title review and resolution. So getting the title opinion done and then cleaned up so that the title was clean and the partner was ready to convey to DNR. So I'll talk a little bit about some of the things we put in place. We have a relatively long list of 8 items that came out of that continuous improvement project that we wanted to highlight or focus on. I'm going to talk about 4 of the big ones today. Happy to take questions at the end of the presentation about all of them, but there were 4 that we're seeing particular either gains in or needs to course correct. So the first one was related to some of that title review issue. So we had good conversation with partners and had identified that there were lots of places where a partner would go through, they'd complete their title review, close on the property and get to DNR, and we'd have another set of title review or title resolutions that needed to happen. And it's always easier for a partner to correct those title issues before they own it. And I think from a DNR perspective, we get it. We want to coordinate and we don't want people to have to go back and redo work. So we said, well, how about we do some simultaneous title work? We'll test that. We'll see if that helps reduce some of the redundancy or back and forth. And we did that. We implemented that probably in that, I want to say June 2024 to January timeframe. And we learned a few different things. In some ways, it worked well because we were able to complete that title review at the same time and do some coordination on issues that DNR could potentially flag and that partners could address. What we ran into was a couple kind of issues from a legal perspective. First was that our legal team ended up needing to review properties twice because one of the key goals of a title review is to make sure that whoever you're acquiring the property from has the authority to give it to you with clear title. So even if we work together on title issues, that review needed to take place just to make sure that there weren't maybe outstanding NOFR or NOGR issues that needed to get addressed or something along those lines. And so we ended up doing some duplicate work in any case. The other piece, which was a little more technical in nature, is that from a legal perspective, we weren't yet in the chain of title at all when we were doing that early title review. And that's complicated from an attorney perspective and the kind of code of ethics that they're operating under. So we took a step back and said, okay, this is making our legal team really uncomfortable. It's adding some duplicative process. But I think what we understood and had good conversations with partners about is it doesn't make any sense for them to do a bunch of work and then come to find out they need to do a bunch more work. So where we've shifted is to a process by which for those partners that really have an operational model where they want to convey really quickly, where we're talking right from the beginning about what does title look like. We're putting our PMs in touch with their PMs, their attorneys in touch with our attorneys to have discussions on specific issues or specific questions. Paired with a commitment that we've made to say, okay, if we can't do this early title review, what we can do is do our absolute best to be ready to convey those properties from you to us within 90 days of your taking ownership. It's not perfect from a partner perspective, but I think from kind of a position where we're trying to crosswalk these two conflicting goals or potentially conflicting goals of streamlining process and making sure we're kind of checking all our boxes and obtaining clear title to the property that we're going to own likely in perpetuity, that this is a reasonable middle ground. So I think that was a place where we rolled something out, we tested it, we learned from it and kind of course corrected in a way that I think is functioning pretty well. We received good feedback from the partners that we're testing with this on. It's certainly not their first choice, but it's a reasonable second choice that kind of meets everyone's needs in the middle. So that's an example of some of the CI work that we're doing. The other thing that I want to touch on is the use of this property information form for acquisition and grant compliance processes. This was a big piece that we put a lot of emphasis on both with partners and internally. And the goal of this was kind of an information collection form that we used to say, okay, partner, you've done a ton of work, particularly for those projects that are over $1 million and need to get reviewed for appraisal. Let's use one form to get all that information that we know you already have that you can use to order your appraisal, submit it to our appraisal management unit with all of the information they need to get an appraisal review done. It goes to my unit, the acquisition unit, with all of the background context that our project manager needs. And it can be used to evaluate grant compliance when they get to that point in the process. And this was kind of a huge game changer from our process piece. Originally, what had been happening is a partner would put together kind of some general information about a project, submit it to our LAM acquisition project manager, who would go through a process of developing what we'd call a PIP, a property information packet, to submit to appraisal for those properties over $1 million. And the appraisal management unit would use it as their basis for their appraisal review. What we were finding is that inserted a tremendous amount of time in the middle of a project where our PMs were getting up to speed. And it also was a step after when that property information package should have been submitted, which is when the partner orders their appraisal. So there was just a lot of opportunities for both miscommunication and gaps. So we were seeing our appraisal management unit have to go back to either our PMs or partners. And it was resulting in a rework loop that could last months and months. The PI form gives the partners the ability to order their appraisal, and with all of that information that they've collected, submit it directly to the appraisal management unit, and the appraisal management unit can then get an appraisal review ordered and back. We'll talk a little bit, but that turnaround time right now is 20 days. And it has been a huge source of some of the savings that we've seen in timeliness, as well as our ability to kind of use a single information point of entry where a partner can say, I've got my PI form, this works for appraisal, it works for our acquisition real estate unit, and it works for grants compliance. So that's been a big success. When we did our evaluation, I think what on our side we were really interested to learn was whether some of our partners' concerns bore out. And they were legitimate concerns. I think one of the things was, okay, we introduce another form. Does this mean you're going to have questions or issues with the way we filled out the form? Is that going to be a stopping point? Do we really have all the information that you want? Which was kind of what we were theorizing, but weren't 100% sure, I'll be honest. And when we went back and checked in and said, okay, we're implementing this process, what does it feel like? The general takeaway was, it seems to be speeding things up. It's typically information that we've already collected and have. And in fact, the process of going through and kind of collating it into a project packet for our appraisals and DNR's appraisers is a good exercise to just kind of make sure we're checking all of our boxes. And so once we had kind of the two pieces, both, I'll share some of the data in a moment, paired with that feedback, I think we thought we're onto something and we're really going to be able to speed up, particularly those projects over $1 million. So, and the reason why that point is important is that that's the potential holdup point for a partner to go out and make an offer to a landowner. They need a DNR reviewed appraisal to have the ability to do that. So it's really important that we're doing that in a timely way. And I think we're seeing that and have gotten some good feedback. Just a couple other things I want to highlight here. One is that a big piece of the information that we learned during our CI project was that both our project managers and our attorneys were pretty overloaded. They could have 70 projects at any given time when we know that it takes about a 35 project caseload to be able to work things through. So our goal was to staff up back to levels that we saw in 2019 or 2020 and to add some capacity to our legal team. So in 2024, 2025, we were doing that. We were staffing up 2 project managers, a surveyor, which we had completed as of our last update. We were still hanging on to complete hiring for a real estate attorney, which we've now done. And between those 4 hires, that has really given us the ability to kind of prioritize projects and meet partners where they are. We have kind of 2 groups of partners, a set of partners that really like to do the upfront due diligence themselves, clean up title and convey to us in a relatively short amount of time. And then we have a group of partners that like to kind of move quick on the front end and then hold the property while they do title cleanup and restoration. And what we're finding is we need to figure out ways to accommodate both of those operational models. And the capacity that we've added has allowed us to do that and to say, okay, if we have partners that need to move more quickly, we now have some ability to do that. And we have the additional time and space with our project managers to do that coordination so that they can sit down with a partner and say, okay, what's your timing here? And really work it through in a stepwise process so we don't have things languishing that should be moving. The final piece that I want to touch on for this, sorry, not quite yet, is what the other kind of takeaway that we understood from our continuous improvement process is we didn't have a lot of structured guidance for how partners could and should work with DNR to make it go as easily as possible. And we knew that that was a gap area, particularly in terms of title resolution. And we knew that our partners had specific concerns around a couple categories of title resolution, one being boundary lines and one being drainage agreements. And so over the past, 10 months or so, what we've been doing is trying to work with them and our own internal staff to say, how do we come up with some adequate guidance? And we considered a variety of ways, which is part of why it took us a little bit of time. One of the things that we wanted to evaluate was, could we do some thresholds? Like if it's really small, could we just ignore it and say it's fine, no big deal? And have some thresholds under which higher level issues would be addressed. I think what we found both from an experience standpoint and a legal standpoint is that threshold approach doesn't necessarily adequately address risk. So this is one of those situations where size doesn't matter. So a small issue with a landowner that is a little conflict driven can become a big issue. And it may not be this landowner, but it may be the next landowner. And when we're thinking about owning land over the course of what will hopefully be perpetuity, we need to be thinking about that. But we also need to be providing guidance to our partners so that we can have a reasonable approach, understanding that, when you're in real estate, you can't always have a perfect solution. So what we came up with was kind of a stepwise roadmap where we say, if you can get something that's recordable, a document that says in the real estate record, everyone agrees, that's great. That's going to be the gold standard. But we also understand that that may not always be attainable for reasonable reasons. So that we've got kind of a step down approach. And really what we're looking for is for partners to say, okay, how can we address this risk? And then if they've taken steps and they can't, let's have a conversation about what we can do. I think the big kind of takeaway message on that part is we don't want to go from having an issue to assuming risk, because over time, the amount of risk that we're assuming tends to be great when you're acquiring, 8, 9, 10,000 acres a year. But we know that there are many ways to skin a cat. And so it may be a recordable boundary line agreement. It may be a signed statement that this is where the property line has been for a long time. In some cases, it may be the partner communicating with an adjacent landowner and saying, hey, we had this conversation on this date and this was my takeaway. And that just helps kind of build our case for a long-term reduction in risk related to property line issues. So I think we've rolled this out. We've seen some reasonable success. Again, this is one of those situations where it's not perfect, but our staff is getting used to it. Our partners are getting used to it. We're going to see how well this addresses the issue. We've had good success with this idea of rolling out ways to test improvements. So we'll be doing that over the next 6 months or so and say, is this addressing the issues that we're seeing? A big piece of our capacity means that we can have conversations, attorney to attorney, project manager to project manager, and get those issues kind of sorted out earlier rather than later, that we just weren't able to in the past. Now we can advance. Happy to talk about any of the other items on the slides. but recognize that there's a lot there. So want to be able to move to some of the data. So I want to just share a little bit of our data update. One of the things to that capacity discussion that really stood out for us when we initiated the project or the continuous improvement project was the really high PM project loads we were seeing. So you can see that navy blue bar was reflecting that we had essentially 3.5 PMs, 3 of which had upwards of 70 projects on their list. And that was really where we took a step back and said, we've got an issue here. Our CI consultant that was working with us said, it's almost never the case that more people actually improves a project. But in this case, she was persuaded that it's too much. So we went through, we added 1 PM in fall of 2024 and a 2nd PM in winter 2025. And you can see as they've come online, it's really allowed that PM caseload to buy down for the most part. We have a staff member on leave right now, so that's kind of switching things around a little bit. But I think we're seeing what we want to see. And anecdotally, our PMs are saying, I feel like I can make progress now, and I couldn't before. So that's been helpful.
Can you just address your PM3, which really hasn't changed?
Yes. So we've got Chair Hartwell, council members, we're working on just making sure they can get their project manager load down. They've been loaded down with a few stinkers that we're trying to work through, and we've had some kind of title issues that we need to address. But we're looking at it and trying to figure out how we can bring their load down. So I also want to highlight our projects closed. So one of the things that we highlighted is during our continuous improvement project is just how many projects are we closing and how many do we want to be closing. We think typically if we can move 80 projects through a pipeline in a year, we're getting good turnover. And as you can see, from 2020 to 2021, that declined. We did have staff, and that was part of our capacity issue that we were seeing. And over the past couple years, 2022, 23, 24, we've been hovering around that 70 project mark. When we ran the data this year, this was as of November 26th, we were right at that 70 number. What I would share is a couple things. One is that December is a big month for us. So we have 2 kind of big high traffic months. June is our fiscal year end where we're trying to clean up a bunch of projects and get them done before the fiscal year. And the other is calendar year end. We've got about 10 projects in the pipeline that we're hoping to close. So that will be a little bit of a test. But we are optimistic that we're going to see an uptick in the number of projects. The other thing that I would offer is that we had 2 really massive projects come through our pipeline this year in the form of the Heritage Forest project. So that was a total of 16,000 acres that we had 2 project managers working on. So I see it as a success that we will close more projects than we did last year, all while bringing over 22,000 acres into public ownership. Typically, we do about 9,000 acres. So that was a game changer. It took a lot of time and effort, both from our attorney staff and our PM staff, but both of those projects closed, one in under a year. So I think we tested some things about how to move projects more quickly through the pipeline, and it really got its test between those 2 large-scale projects, one of which covered 9 counties.
So I hate to interrupt, but I'm going to.
Yeah.
Connect the dots for me of 6 project managers, 50 projects per manager. Roughly, that's 180 projects, and closing 80 with 6 project managers is 13 per project manager. And yet your time frame is going down, and it doesn't all compute to me how you're you're succeeding with the number of projects all your project managers are having, and to get to 13 on average, it isn't adding up for me. Can you make it add up for me?
Chair Hartwell, council members, I will try. Typically what we're seeing right now is our projects are taking in that 680-day mark. We've got a lot of projects kind of in the pipeline. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do the math on the spot, but I can certainly follow up and kind of break it down for you a little bit more. But some of those projects have been in the pipeline for a while. My hope is now that we're seeing some streamlined processes in terms of our title review, how we're working with partners, that we're seeing projects that are newer come through more quickly. We still got some old legacy projects that we're working through. So if I can, excuse me, that's what I think that we're seeing. Not 100% sure about that, but I think that's some of what we're trying to churn through in terms of the pipeline. And I would hope that our partners are feeling that as well. That we've got some old ones that we're working through, and the ones that we're seeing are moving through are doing so more quickly.
Okay, we look forward to hearing additional progress, because it just doesn't compute to me. 680 days, that's 2 years in rough terms, to get a project through, and got more people, and you're only getting 13 per people. How do you ever catch up?
Chair Hartwell and council members, I think I'm trying to think of the best way to explain this, but I think part of it is that 2-phase process. So the 680 days that involves both a partner closing and then how it comes to us. So as I'll talk about in a little bit, I think we have to come up with some different benchmarks, and we've been a little hamstrung by our data, but I think we've got some good ideas on how to move forward. And there may be some data that lives at the council that maybe doesn't live in our land record system that will help us get there.
Daryl?
So just looking at your slide deck and trying to run some math on some things, and one of the things that you got me on a little bit is that every one of your slides has a different time frame in it. So for me, trying to, what caught my eye was, back in 2014, 15, 16, 17, the times were a lot less, especially the first 3 years. I don't know if that has to do with number of projects, because the projects closed dated. So I can't look at and wonder what happened in 2014 to 17 compared to now as far as projects closed, and same thing to your appraisal timelines. I can't put a comparison to it, but what I can look at is say, well, in the last 3 years, you've had a high of 907 of the acquire fee interest through purchase, 907 days, and the next year you had 545 days from 23 to 24, and that was pre-staff ads, right? So you had a 66% change with no change in number of projects basically between those 2 years. And I'm with the chair going, I don't understand. I mean, the data that I have here says why the huge variability? I mean, in my business, if I saw something swing 66% in 1 year, I'd really have to question what happened to my staff capabilities or something. I'm confused. I know you may not have the answer, but I guess for starters, I'd be looking back and saying, give us consistent data throughout the entire packet, going back to 2014 when we didn't have the problems, so we can see what's happening. And then I guess I'd be going back to 2014 and say, what did we do in 2014, 15, 16, and 17 that worked so well? Because somebody must be trying to reinvent the wheel, or I don't know, but good consistent data would help me. And I know that data is not the only answer. A project can be way more complex one time than the next. I get all that, but I'm just going, wow. When we hear people complaining about projects and I see a 66% swing, I'm like, what was different?
Chair Hartwell and council members, what I would offer is that we've always known that our data is problematic. Our LRS system was not built as a workflow tracking system, so this is kind of the best proxy data that we have got. One of the things that we made a call on between 2014 and 2019 was we asked partners to get projects in LRS as soon as possible because we wanted to increase the amount of coordination that was occurring between partners and DNR. That's a good thing, but it really distorts our data. I don't think that's the only thing that's going on, but it's one thing that, our project manager team has often said, which is like, boy, this makes us look rough, and we know we're doing a better job than this. So I think this year we've been really focused on how do we make changes in our process that partners can feel so that we're moving projects through the system better. And now we're at a point of readiness where we can start to think about benchmarks. So I'll talk in a minute just about what we can offer and see if we can get some good data, because this has been our challenge from the start. When we do Six Sigma projects, we want to ground it in data, and this is what we've got as a good baseline, but it brings up questions. And I appreciate your comment about timeframes and comparisons, because that's always been an issue. We track some things in calendar year and some things in fiscal year. That adds a level of confusion that I can appreciate. And so we can make sure that that gets consistent so that you're comparing apples to apples.
I just want the same years. I want it going back from 2014 to current year, all the charts, so you can look at it and measure the differences. But
Yep.
I know
Okay.
if it took me 2 years to close on a piece of property, not very happy. I bought a piece of property in Florida this year, and it took me, I even had to change banks, and I still did it in under 3 months. So
Joe, you have some.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and members, so Kristen, partners hold on to properties for different lengths of time for restoration. So if like Pheasants Forever, for example, they typically hold on to their properties for sometimes multiple years, up to 4 years. Is that 4 years included in these numbers? And
That
that's
is,
not,
yes.
it's not that they can't transfer it, it's that they're strategically holding it and doing the restoration work before they decide to transfer it to you.
Chair and council members, that's correct. And that's part of why this is our less than ideal metric that we want to fine tune, because I think from a DNR perspective, our key metric is once a partner is ready to go, how long does it take for them to get it to us? And that base number, when a partner is ready to go, doesn't necessarily live in our data. After talking with council staff, I think it may live in your data, and we can get together to kind of combine these so that we can start to say, okay, how long does this work? I think if we're also going to do effective kind of measure, there may be two groups or two sets of timelines, because we know we operate with partners whose goal is to buy and convey. That's how they're set up. We have other groups of partners that buy and then strategically hold for a variety of different reasons. And what we want to say is, okay, when we're in that situation, what is the correct time frame? Because there may be times where quicker isn't better. And we just need to be able to articulate that. And to your question, I appreciate that. The data right now is gray on that.
Yeah, I would just, and we need to move on because we're going to run out of time, but you're never going to fix your old data. It's never going to give you the time frame that is perfect, but measuring from this point forward, what's important to know for you, for our partners, for us, as much as it will be painful to then try to compare the past to the future, it would be great to just be looking at how are we doing? What's real and how we're doing versus how we're going to compare to data that wasn't kept in a way that's consistent with what we want to know today, which is when a partner says, okay, I got this, I want to go, how long does it really take you? Because the fact that they talked to you 3 years before and said, we're working on this, isn't relevant to us and it isn't relevant to them, and it makes you look bad.
Chair Hartwell, I appreciate that. And we will come up with some kind of metric that better explains what we're doing.
Good. And if you can move it quickly, that'd be great.
Noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
I wasn't cutting her off completely. She isn't done, but I was saying,
We thought you were done.
I was trying to be I was trying to be gentle in saying, get going.
Moving along.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's, next slide, please.
She's gonna jump to her summary now.
So I want to just share a little bit about our results from July 7th, 2024, which was when we initiated some of our improvements. And I don't want to go too into the weeds, so I'm just going to jump to say, since that time, we've had 50 projects initiated into the system. So those are projects that have been entered into our system, and partners have said, let's start working on this. Of those, 18 are over $1 million. Those were the projects that we really wanted to keep an eye on because we knew it was important to get them through appraisal and then on. Of those 18 that are kind of, they started July and have been coming in since then, we've got a couple that are either in very early stages or getting ready for appraisal. We've got 4 where a partner is holding on to them, so they're in that stage that we just talked a bit about. 2 that we're actively working on transferring, and 10 that either have closed or are going to close in the next few weeks. So that gives you a little bit of a sense. Of those 10 that have closed, when we pulled the average data, those moved through and were conveyed in 6 to 9 months. We had one outlier, I'll be transparent, that took us 13 months, that had some tricky title issues. But just kind of from a standpoint of looking at what's happening now, that's kind of what we're seeing. I will also just take a moment to say that average time to prep for appraisal review, you can see where that was a really, really big, large number. So we were seeing 245 days from that initiation to when it was submitted to appraisal. Some of that was because the property was not ready for appraisal. Partners didn't want to submit it yet. But a lot of it was our PMs trying to pull together a lot of information that they didn't have at their fingertips. Since then, it's come down to 79 days. Again, what I would say is that does not exactly mean that it took us 79 days to prepare it for appraisal. Instead, it means from the point that it was initiated to when it went to appraisal took 79 days. What we're hearing, because we've got to crosswalk it with anecdotal data, is that partners are able to submit their request for appraisal review directly to the appraisal management unit and get their appraisal back in 20 days. And I'm happy to test that with partners who I know are here and on the call, but I think we're seeing really good improvements in that. And that means the partners that can go out and make offers to landowners more quickly. So I'll leave that at that. So if we go to the next slide, where are we going next? So a couple things. In January 2025, we were talking about streamlining the process around boundary line issues and around some of the more gnarly title issues we were encountering related to the fact that the state can't take on future financial obligations. And what that means from a project standpoint are times when we might have drainage agreements on a property or a driveway easement on the property that comes with an obligation to maintain it that comes with costs. That's going to be the next kind of title review issue that we take up and start work on to provide some more guidance and direction so that we can all be on the same page and start conversations about how that gets handled. And then what I'm also hearing and will recommit to is getting some good kind of metrics so that we can do that going forward as well. That's the other big nugget that we've not cracked yet, but will take up over the next bit. So if you go to the summary, big picture, what we've seen is the use of that PI form, that form that allows partners to go from their appraisal directly to DNR, has reduced that upfront prep time by about 68%. We're really pleased with that, and we continue to see that as a success. Our appraisal review period is down by 11 days in 2025, so that's 35%. And what I would share is that between those two things, that really has compressed the amount of time it takes partners to get those appraisals back. We're in the process of monitoring that boundary line guidance to see if it's doing what we think it will do, which is make the resolution of some of those title issues either when the partner's acquiring or when the partner is conveying to DNR easier and quicker. And then, as I quickly mentioned, our next step is to finalize and secure data for our timeline benchmarks, along with that guidance on drainage agreements that I mentioned. So with that, I know we're probably over time, but happy to take any other questions.
Any questions? We'll have you come back to report on what else you've done. Thank you for making improvements.
Yes, Chair Hartwell and council members, I will come back with metrics.
Thank you.
Great. Next, we're going to hear about Daryl's favorite topic, hybrid cattails. And Haley Smith is online. True or not true? Yes, I see.
Hello, true. Hello, everyone. Give me one moment. I just popped into the meeting, so I want to remind myself how Zoom works. All right, hello. Thank you for having me, everyone. Let me see if I can go ahead and get my presentation started and shared with you guys.
We do. Okay, that's good. It's online. It's online, but no copies.
All right, are you guys able to see that okay?
Yep.
Okay, fantastic. Well, Chairman, Councilman, thank you for having me today. I'm really excited to share some of the progress that we've had here at Voyageurs National Park regarding our wetland restoration project. We're currently in phase 3, as we're calling it, and have made a lot of progress that I'd like to demonstrate to you guys today. So just as a brief reminder of what our project is about up here, I wanted to talk to you first and foremost about the importance of wetlands and how they're such a rare and special thing that occur specifically in Minnesota, more so than many other places. Wetlands make up to 40% of annual renewable services, but only cover 6 to 9% of the world's land base. We have a remarkable amount here in Minnesota. I always like to say everything you love about lakes starts in a wetland. And so making sure that we have our wetlands preserved for the future is definitely going to preserve the thing we love about the land of 10,000 lakes. And we thus far haven't necessarily done the best job of doing that. We have lost approximately half of our wetlands since 1850. But work in the near future or in the recent future has definitely slowed that process to some degree and even returned many areas to high quality, highly productive wetlands. I just wanted to also show you what one version of wetlands can look like. Wetlands have multiple successional stages, but they can provide extreme amount of benefits. So here we're seeing an extremely diverse wetland. We're seeing lots of different plants that have different ecological services, open water, closed off water, areas for all of the waterfowl that we appreciate, productivity lands for production of fish, and then the other processes we don't necessarily think about, such as buffering areas from flooding that decreases our negative impacts on our terrestrial systems. So that being said, any threat to an ecosystem so valuable as this is obviously extremely damaging and something that we want to pay attention to. One of those threats came along with the discovery of a hybridized cattail that we're probably all a little too familiar with. And just to talk a little bit about why it is so damaging, I wanted to talk about the niches of specific plants and how typically in native systems, I refer to it as playing nice. The plants know their space, they know where they belong, and they produce a lot of extraordinary ecosystem services there with other animals that are associated with those. However, Typha glauca, as you can see, will move across multiple ecosystems within a wetland. So they can overtake wet meadows, they can overtake shallow waters and kind of into even a little bit deeper water. So that becomes a remarkable threat when all of these multiple small micro ecosystems are being damaged and all of the services are being done away with. So here we see, this is an older map. We haven't resurveyed this in quite a while. I would love to, but it's just not in the stars at the moment. For the extent of this cattail invasion within the area of Voyageurs National Park, you can see in red the damage of this and the occurrence of this. So with that being said, in 2016, some bright minds started to look at methodologies of which we could prevent this from future harm, decrease the amount of cattails within these areas, and then return the previous plant populations in terms of diversity, as well as allow for the increase in waterfowl and fish and other wildlife. So that project initially started in, I'd say, approximately 2016. There was funding from the National Park Service where they started looking at some of methodologies they wanted to try out. Following year, there was some funding from the Initiative Foundation that also really helped us start looking at new methodologies that hadn't necessarily been tested on this particular plant before, and definitely not necessarily within the northern Minnesota ecosystems, the lakes here, which have some numerous challenges that aren't necessarily seen in other areas with different lengths of growing seasons and what have you. And then we received our first OHF grant in 2019 was when the application period. And so we utilized all the knowledge we had learned during that time period to expand our reach within that program, and then did it once again in 2023 with the grant we are currently utilizing that allows us to make further and further benefits to the ecosystem. One of the most important things that occurred during this process is the allowance for us to experiment with various treatment methods. As I mentioned, this is a rare ecosystem that we're working with up here. It's really hard to get ecology done very fast and restoration done rapidly in our short growing systems. We have issues with transport, so moving of dead plant material. We have major water concerns because we were so concerned with water health that we won't necessarily use methods that other places might be interested in doing. And so we started experimenting with treatments. Here's a list of most of the treatments. There are still a few that aren't covered in this that were tried and I think disposed of fairly quickly. And as I showed you with where those ecosystems, those micro niches are within wetland systems, we also have to use these treatments on a lot of different types of places. Are we talking open water? Are we talking rooted plants that are growing in shallow water, or are we talking about land? So all of those different areas also needed different treatments. So some of the treatments we've utilized focused on terrestrial, so piling. That was kind of a necessary thing we had to do when removing plant material to move those cattail roots and leaves to shore. And we were hoping that that would choke out plant material or live plants on shore. Surface cutting, which is kind of similar to mowing on terrestrial surfaces. Tilling was trying to dig these up or till them down. And then new to 2025, which I'm sure we will discuss further, is the use of herbicides in more of the terrestrial settings. Within the aquatic systems where cattails are a major problem, we also utilize underwater cutting of rooted plants. So basically we have the ability to cut these plants off kind of near the base, and they functionally just starve to death because they can't grow fast enough to get back up to the sunlight where they can procure more nutrients. And then total removal of floating mats is something that is done with a contractor. And then another tool that we're utilizing on terrestrial and aquatic systems is burning. So here we have some of our lethal methodologies that I mentioned. So right now we're looking at a floating section of cattail. They do float on top of water. So therefore we use a contractor who is able to cut these up. We call it a cookie cutter. And the material is then brought to shore and put into piles. Additionally, where the cattails are rooted on the lake bottom, we will utilize that mowing methodology I spoke about to cut those. And then in the terrestrial systems, we have to utilize yet a different methodology. So here we see total removal. This is our contractor. We basically have one contractor in the region that I've been able to locate, or that we've been able to locate thus far, who comes in and works with us every year that we can possibly get them. It's a pretty expensive method, but it's also extraordinarily important and as we'll talk about the efficacy later. This is a fantastic machine we're really pretty happy about, referred to as a truck saw. We've also had previous amphibious machines, but this is owned by the park, and therefore we're able to utilize it quite often, and there's no acreage limits, just personnel costs associated with it. And so this is a machine we're able to utilize underwater cutting for, as well as lifting and piling. We also do use handheld brush cutters, similar to a weed eater, when doing underwater cutting as well, but it allows us to pursue much less in terms of acreage. And then here we see where piling will occur. That's above the water line. So that's an area that we're piling up these materials, and it was in hopes to kind of, one, it was necessary just to get the material out of the water, and two, we were hoping that it would kind of have a smothering effect. And then tilling and flattening was an attempt to return these kind of to a similar topography using a tiller head. So there it's following being tilled. Another treatment that was utilized was burning. I will say I was very suspicious of this when I came here. Where I come from, we use burning to help grow things better, especially when it comes to grassland. So I was very suspicious, but I was very happy to see some of the outcomes. So this burning methodology, we're using prescribed fire in very late season winter, and they are very particular weather conditions. So we cannot perform these burns as often as I'm sure we would all like. So for example, this year in 2025, we weren't able to burn just simply because the burn window wasn't available. So I'll talk to you briefly about some results, and we can dig into these as much as you want. But basically, one of the major things we were trying to do is assess which of these treatments affected cattail or typha cover over time, because what we're really concerned about is not just getting this out of our systems once, but we want to see this be effective for a long period of time. So here we see years since treatment is approximately 6 years. Of course, not all of our treatments have been going on that long. You'll see burning has only been, I only have data from about 3 years worth. And one thing that what we're looking to see is a decrease in percentage cover of typha. That's kind of one of the things we want to see. So the first things that stand out, I'm sure immediately right away, is there are treatments that actually increase the cover of typha. So the tilling and flattening and the piling actually allowed for there to be an increase in typha growth, which makes sense, right? We're moving plants to shoreline that have rhizomes that can be really effective at this. And so that's something we definitely had concerns about. It was kind of, I call it a necessary evil. And so we had to figure out a way to do that. The reason I call it a necessary evil is because we had to figure out somewhere to put these cattails. We're in too remote of an area. They can't be barged away. They can't be moved away. And then some seasons we just aren't capable of burning. So that was something that we were really concerned about, and that kind of necessitated, once these got on shore, one of the reasons we decided to introduce the use of herbicides onto these terrestrial sites once these were piled there. Additionally, you can see that they're underwater cutting, for example, and total removal. You are seeing almost up to 6 years, we're seeing a significant decrease in the number of TIFA that exists. So that's a very effective methodology, those two methodologies, for a very long period of time. Here we're seeing the decrease in live TIFA cover following burning treatments. So as you can see, it's cut it in about half, and that lasts for 2 years even. We will have more data on this in the future that hasn't necessarily been incorporated, but prescribed fire does have a negative impact. And one other thing that we are seeing that I'm very excited about is the increase in plant diversity within these burned areas. So even with no other treatments, we are getting some significant ecological restoration occurring and some ecological benefits associating with the plant diversity. And this is just to show you, this is one of the treatments we cut out as much as possible because we just saw that it wasn't going to be terribly effective. Similarly to that, we were using a surface cutting treatment. We saw no benefits to utilizing that. So that was efforts that we just stopped doing, which, you know, does feel bad to locate treatments or to spend effort on treatments that don't necessarily show themselves to be productive. But all of that is education for that we can utilize in the future. In comparison, looking at underwater cuttings treatment on impact on live TIFA cover, it's significant and it's long lasting. And so that to me just shows it is worthy of our investment, is continuing to pursue underwater cutting treatment as long as possible. We do have limitations associated with that that include our water drawdown associated with us getting lower water levels. The length of our growing season is problematic. Sometimes, you know, when ice comes early in the season, we have to, of course, stop all of this equipment and treatment. And then total removal's impact on TIFA cover is extremely beneficial for extremely long periods of time. It is the one that we utilize a contractor for. However, it is the most expensive, so that can be problematic. This is just kind of repeating those data that I demonstrated to you earlier. So at total removal, after 5 to 6 years, we're seeing a 99% decrease in TIFA cover. So extremely effective. So that is simply to say, here are some of the summaries from the things that we have been seeing. So total removal is very costly, but it's high impact. Fire creates decreased workload in the following season. There's less biomass to remove, but there's increased plant diversity. Underwater cutting is lower cost than total removal and very effective. You can also have early season careers or crews assist with that because you can use more simplified brush cutters rather than the amphibious machine. Some of the other things we're seeing is seeding seems to be necessary in some sites. We aren't seeing the plant diversity just rebound like I was really hoping it would. And then some trophic groups still need recovery assistance. So floating leaf plants, we aren't seeing rebound in that same way. And other things that we're hoping for, we don't have the data on this. As I said, herbicide was introduced this year. So herbicide may help reintroduction. It's not an end-all be-all solution. Northern Minnesota functions differently than many ecosystems. One of the things I definitely noticed, took a long time for the specific herbicide we were using. We went with the safest option to show its efficacy. So I'm talking 4 weeks before plants start browning. And that in part is just because we have colder soils, the plants aren't growing as aggressively and as rapidly as they might in a warmer climate. Therefore, the label will tell you, oh, you should be seeing this in 2 to 3 weeks, and we're not seeing it after 3 to 4 weeks. And that's definitely clarifies to me that we've got some site differences. I really referred to or appreciated it being referred to as a black art earlier, restoration being referred to as a black art by a council member, because I absolutely agree with that sentiment. And one of the other bigger lessons, like so many other ecosystems, is fire is an extraordinarily important part of ecosystems and ecology. I just also want to demonstrate some of the data we are collecting. This is just to indicate that this isn't an end-all be-all of all of the work that we've been collecting, but we are looking at plant trophic groups as a proxy for diversity and change. And we are hoping to get more involved in looking at individual plant species for total species diversity in the future. We do have some limitations on how much data collection we can do, right? So every time we spend a day collecting data, we aren't doing the restoration that this grant proposes we do. So all of our data that we collect is in efforts to feed and find out what we should be doing in the following years. But it's not a long-term, lovely data set that tells us about every single species. We're hoping to find some funding in order to look at that, to really more thoroughly understand our ecosystem and our restoration effects. But as of right now, we have to be a little more pragmatic. So, for example, this is what happens with rushes, which is a really important component of the trophic systems, plant ecology for certain nesting birds. And so seeing where we're seeing increases in rush cover is really important for us to understand what birds we may be benefiting, for example. Not all of our data has been very direct in showing links to these relationships with actual changes in animal populations. So right now, I think being able to say, well, we're at least creating habitat we know is appropriate for X, Y, and Z species can be indicative of future change. And once we get better at looking at those other animal populations, I'm really hoping we will see the changes, but we haven't honestly thus far. Here are some other things that we're looking at. So, oh,
Can you go back and explain that slide?
Oh, yes, I
Your
apologize.
underwater cut has a negative 5-year effect where total removal. I'm lost on that, so I suspect others might not understand it, or maybe everyone does but me.
No, a lot of these, sometimes I have to sit down and piece my brain through why that might possibly be. And this one especially, I can understand why the confusion is specifically with that total removal and underwater cut, right? Because it seems like, wait, aren't those those seem like the most similar treatments. But when you think about where total removal happens versus where underwater cutting happens, there are some microsite differences. And what I'm basically saying is where we're doing total removal, that water's a little bit deeper than potentially where the underwater cutting is. And so that could lend itself to being available space for where rushes would naturally grow compared to underwater cuts is a little bit shallower typically. And so, there are certain plants that want to grow in certain depths of water, and potentially the total removal is just freeing up that space and making it available for where plants would normally grow.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so all of this is definitely not just the treatment itself, but it's thinking about what is that land space turning back into? What is that aquatic area turning back into? And that makes us make a lot of really important choices with what we're seeding where, what other kind of follow-up treatments we're going to do. Because a wetland isn't just a wetland. We're thinking about microsites and tiny little changes within these areas. So, and that one thing that's just really important is just getting super familiar with the areas we're growing or attempting to regrow plants or attempting to do restoration and why. To make it more confusing, here we're looking at, I just wanted to kind of briefly show you some of the trophic groups we're looking at. So we're looking at typha, rushes, grasses, herbaceous plants, woody plants, and floating leaf plants. So these are kind of the categories we've historically been tracking. And this is really effective because to track these particular groups because they're extremely important structurally for specifically bird habitat, for example. And then also we can do these surveys fairly rapidly, right? Rather than figuring out which 3-seeded or 2-seeded sedge I'm looking at, we can just mark it down and move on. And so that lets us get the big picture really fast. And so now we can take a look at and say, okay, which of our treatments are effective and which plant trophic groups do we still need to work on? I'd like to draw attention, for example, to the floating leaf category. These are some of the more open water species. These are really important for kind of controlling habitat temperatures out in those the more open water systems. And we're not seeing a good recovery. And so we need to think about why that's occurring or why it's not occurring. And basically, there's limitations on our restoration. Clearing Typha out isn't going to perfect everything. We need to make some choices coming up in the future. And that's really something that we hope to be able to focus on with our reseeding efforts, as well as any other efforts we can utilize to create a better habitat. For example, slowing water flow through adding root wads or structural diversity on the lake bed could potentially benefit these species, for example. But that's more work to be done in the future. And another important species, of course, is wild rice. We really think a lot about this species just due to the immense proportion of importance it plays in our ecosystems. It's extremely important for our migratory bird species, for our fish species, as well as the massive amounts of cultural importance that occurs. So once again, I'd like to focus on, we do treatments in specific areas for specific reasons. So this graph specifically is looking at the total removal sites. So total removal, once again, occurs in some of the deepest water that we're doing these treatments are. Still fairly shallow in terms of a lake, but so once we're doing the total removal in those sites, what is occurring and what is happening? This is a subset of a few individual plots. I haven't included data from this year yet. I haven't been able to process all that. But so what we're seeing is there's variation, but overall we're seeing some increases, significant increases in wild rice cover, which we're pretty encouraged by in areas where we did total removal. There's always going to be natural variation. And then we also are really trying to make a movement to seed these areas aggressively when necessary. And so that's been part of our treatment as well. So these sites include both seeded, reseeded by us, as well as natural seed beds that have regenerated following the total removal treatments. And this is just an example of one of our sites that we're working on. What you're seeing is an aerial view of, this is actually an area we're assisting with that's next to a WMA, a state-run property called Gold Portage WMA. And where that gold star is, I'll show you a photo in the future, but you can see the white on the left is just Typha. And then following the picture to the right, that's about 12 acres that had been removed of just Typha using our total removal methodology. So that's via the contractor. And that was all done in one season. And then if you look at where that star is, this is now a photo looking at land, and this is all wild rice, almost completely to the shore. And so that was almost entirely natural regeneration of wild rice. And so it is one of the species that I'm proud to say, if you build it, they will come. It's one of the few that we don't have major concerns with in terms of reseeding. Of course, there are areas where it is necessary if there's not a seed bed there, a strong seed bed. But here it seems as though it's doing really well. So I just wanted also to give you a summary of what's happening in 2025. These were our acreage counts for the first year. Or for this year, excuse me. Once again, I said that prescribed fire simply wasn't possible. I forced our fire crew out, I think 2 times to attempt to burn. I think that acreage number is technically about 3 square meters. So we did set a few things on fire, but it wasn't terribly effective. I'm really hoping for a better season this year, but we'll see what's in the cards. The herbicide acreage, as I mentioned, we did for the first time this year. It was fairly small. We kind of were just working in those tilling and piling areas that had been done previously. We seeded wild rice on a little less than 1 acre. And then we used an appropriate locally sourced seed mix on about 5 acres. Total removal using that contractor was 9.73 and underwater cutting was 4.5 acres. So of course we're thinking about the future. You know, what happens next? We need to preserve these to the best of our ability in perpetuity. And so creating a resilient landscape instead of just doing this once is something that we've been thinking a lot about. And there's a lot of paperwork, there's a lot of research on how to do that. And so we're really thinking about what can we do to prevent these cattail invasions, these cattail mats in the future. So we're thinking about fire return intervals on areas that are wet prairies. We're thinking about selecting appropriate seed by trying to source from areas further south from us so that there might be climate resistance or resilience. We're thinking about seeding the right species for the right place. As we saw, rushes tend to grow in one particular type of system and not necessarily in the shallow water. So let's try to preserve the correct seed source for the correct place. Using aggressive plants, we did a small survey of our native Phragmites plants here that to assess whether or not we were sure they were the native population rather than the non-native. They are native plants, and so we're hoping to use those aggressive, strong Phragmites plants to functionally create a living border in some of our more susceptible areas so that cattail mats would potentially not be able to get into those areas. Root wad placement for site stabilization is really important for early germinating plants, especially our annual wild rice. It always has to germinate from seed. And so high fetch and wakes can definitely damage that, and that creates a less resilient ecosystem. And then working with state and private on solutions. I can't fully get into how much of that we've done, but basically to say that we are really trying to focus on finding solutions for people who have different views or different abilities on their ability to manage cattails on their own property, and trying to create a working group so that we can work together on that. So our next steps for that are bringing in the community. Once again, we're really trying to have other people learn from this. So creating some communication so people learn what some of these tools we're utilizing are. Have different people, different groups with different abilities, different lake homeowners associations, state and private lands, various groups who might have different resources and abilities come together to work on a similar goal. I would love to step up some of our monitoring for other animal species. And we're also working on one project is an early detection project with a proposal that we're developing in hopes that we can see cattail mats before they're coming, so that we can assess, preventatively stop them from moving into restored areas to damage areas that we've already worked so hard on. So those are kind of the things that we're focusing on right now. But we've got several more years on this grant. We're really looking forward to potentially having a lot better systems and a lot more thorough data that I would like to hopefully move towards in the future. But as of right now, we've had a lot of setbacks, of course, everyone has, but we're really proud of what we've been able to do. I'm very impressed by the group of people that we have had and the knowledge sharing that we've been able to find. It's been a very, I think, effective project, and I think it's only going to get better. So thank you for your time.
Great. Any questions? Mark?
Haley, this is Mark. Say, with regards to herbicide application, was there a National Park System policy change that allows you to use that, or how are you able to use it now, since I didn't think you were able to before?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I think the simple answer is we've researched what the policy actually was, and did a lot more digging. We communicated with multiple state agencies on what we were allowed to do. So we have been able to use herbicides within the park for years. But of course, due to our outstanding water quality, we've been really avoidant of using it anywhere remotely near water. We're not using it on water in the methodologies I'm talking about. We're using it on terrestrial places only, and that's only where we're seeing the potential for reinvasion. And so because it's above high water line, or because it's above the water line, it's not considered a violation of that policy. And I had to have that verified multiple times to ensure that was appropriate. We're still being extraordinarily careful. The herbicide we selected is an Amazamox product, and it's considered the safest possible product by the EPA according to several standards that they apply to it. It has a safe, fairly safe, I forget the terminology for the rating, I can look it up, that the EPA provides. But we were very careful with that product and selecting it as well, even at the risk of it not being the most useful product at the moment due to the slow browning time. But that was one thing that we were really critical about, especially when it comes to water quality and especially when it comes to, of course, fish toxicity. So it's really safe in both of those methods, in both of those areas, and we just aren't using it in water in the first place. So
Thanks, Haley. One more thing for the council, just to know, the Initiative Foundation funding that you mentioned at the beginning, that actually went up to Heritage Funds dollars as well. It was just through a small grants invasive aquatic invasive species grant that was Outdoor Heritage provided.
Great. Tara?
Haley, are you planning on applying this upcoming year for additional funding for your project?
we are, you know, there's, as I mentioned, there's things that I would really like to do that I think will make us better. I'm really focused on making these resilient ecosystems occur. There are, of course, other areas that we still need to do work in that we haven't even been able to touch yet. So we want to just do the meat and potatoes restoration work still needs to occur in multiple areas throughout the park, but then some resurveying I would like to do to the ability we can. I know that's not necessarily always appropriate for the granting structure that we have through Lessard-Sams, but to some degree it would be fantastic to have more information on what we've done. And then additionally, what we're hoping to do, big picture stuff, is to bring in a lot more stakeholders who also care about this stuff. I know a lot of people who really want to learn how to do this. And, you know, kind of to refer back to a previous topic that the group was talking about earlier today, there isn't a cookbook for this. However, there's a lot of brilliant people that can sit in a room and hash a lot of things out, and then we can take our own recipes home. And that's kind of something that I think we are capable of doing. We have the intelligence and to do now, even if it's not published in some book somewhere. But that would be something I would love to be able to focus on, is communicating results and finding larger groups to work on various restoration with us.
Thank you.
Ted, and then we're going to move on.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your presentation. You're in Voyageurs National Park, and most of the few remaining wetlands are predominantly taken over by cattails. Is there anybody working in the southern part of the state on the same scale as you are? And how applicable would you say your findings are for that prairie pothole part of the state?
You know, going back to my previous question or my previous statement, I want to sit down in a room with them to understand that, because I don't understand the prairie pothole system very effectively. And so what can I say that might be effective is one thing, versus they can tell me about their ecosystem and we can work through it together. There's a lot of differences in every place that you go to that is going to make some things more difficult in terms of transfer of knowledge, but some things could work well. So it's kind of just talking about what we found that's really effective and letting other people try it, because other people have told me things and we've tried it here and it just hasn't worked because of various reasons, whether it's, you know, I'm working with a previous person who is in my role and we're discussing whether water pH is messing with our herbicide applications because there's so many peatlands nearby that maybe we need, you know, our water is too acidic. So I can say what I think, but humility wise, I don't think I should say it will work for every eco region we're talking about. But I think having those conversations is really critical to finding their own solutions.
Great. Thank you, Haley.
All right. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you, Haley.
All right. We are running long, for which I apologize. But the last thing on our agenda is really to go through the request for, or the call for funding package. We had numerous people who submitted comments, and staff has responded to those with some suggestions. I'm going to turn it over to Mark to sort of walk us through that in whatever way he thinks is appropriate.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. We did go through all of your suggestions and come up with some feedback from staff as well with regards to how to answer this. We've got some other, well, I'm sure we'll have some other edits as we move forward before the December meeting, when we'll come back to you to ask for approval of the call. But for right now, Tom, if you'd walk us through what we did.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and members, so this document's essentially just to highlight the comments that we got, the suggestions that we got, and to provide staff feedback where we could. So I will say some suggestions could not be implemented based on statutory or reporting requirements, questions that staff really depend on, or things that are written into statute or have been asked by the legislature to be included. So a lot of the changes are just to formatting and wording to try to elicit different answers from proposers, or to try to have more accessible information for members and staff to review. So a few of the changes that I'd highlight. So for easement programs, we will now have questions that appear when a program notes that they are going to pursue easements. We will ask about public access, and we will also ask specifically about any existing permanent protection. Within the other OHF appropriation awards section, we will have an additional question that populates to allow proposers a space to go into a narrative description to describe unspent funds from previous funding cycles, which is something that members would ask frequently in the proposal hearings, but this way it gives them some information ahead of time when they're evaluating the written proposals. We'll also have separate tables within the parcel section of the proposal to separate easement and fee title to provide easier differentiation on those. Staff will also work to develop a glossary of terms and definitions. So this would be how the council and how staff use these particular terms. So when we're talking about restoration or enhancement or protection, so we'll do our best to clarify exactly what we mean and how we use those terms. Then we also have several changes to the hearing criteria, primarily just revisions to wording to try to add some clarity to what we're looking for in that. But we will be merging criteria 3 and 6, which both describe benefit to wildlife and particular species. So question 3 in the past was specifically to ask about species of greatest conservation need or endangered species, and we'll merge that to include that language, but I'll put it within a question talking about general wildlife and habitat benefits. So that said, there's more changes than I chose to highlight here, but I'll trying to be as brief as possible. So if members have questions on other particular changes that are listed or have any thoughts to share after the meeting, please reach out to staff. And then, as Mark mentioned, we'll plan to present a finalized version of next year's call in the January meeting.
So we will schedule time in January, more time, to go through specific things and make modifications to what staff is coming up with. Staff is still open to suggestions, or if you saw a suggestion that was made that makes no sense to you at all, and you want to talk to staff, do that. There was one that I suggested and staff didn't like it, and I want to have that conversation, but others may have the same experience. But we will allow for enough time early in the meeting in January to thoroughly go through this and make sure everyone's on the same page as much as possible. And, you know, get your comments in if you haven't already, so that staff can bring us a a package to go through versus individual comments back and forth.
I apologize. I did not have time this last month to get through that, so I apologize. But one item that stuck out to me is in the scoring mechanism. I know that I am. Would like to see that in scoring. Exactly how that would work or how it would fit, whether it's open to the public or hunting and fishing, if there's more of a score for one versus the other, but I would like to see that as an item in our scoring criteria.
So in the next couple of weeks, find the time and get them a comment.
Got it. Will do. Thank you.
Anything else generally? I apologize for running over. We just kind of, it was a tough meeting to keep it on track
Yeah.
completely.
A lot of stuff to go.
So, but we will go through this and the discussion on permitting with some depth. Those will be our primary issues in January. All right.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Public members.
Yeah, we had no request for public comment, so we're not having it. I'll adjourn the meeting. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy holidays. How many cookies did you like? How do you not weigh like 5,000 pounds?
You didn't bring any here.
You didn't bring any, I know.
Bring any.
Can't figure out how to turn that off.